I love that. So good morning, everyone. Today is Tuesday, June 10th, and we are having a special meeting. Instead of doing it at night, we're doing this during the day, and I like that myself. So at this particular time, I would like to welcome you all. And it's a very special day. I'm very excited because it's our very special Asteroid Day proclamation. So, but we'll get there in just a minute. The first order of business is call to order. My name is Patrice Horseman. I am the supervisor for District 1 and the chair of the board, District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Geronimo Vasquez, Supervisor District 2 and current Vice Chair.
District 3.
Good morning, Tammy Ontiveros, District 3.
District 4.
Bennett, good morning. Judy Begay, District 4 Supervisor.
And District 5.
And Lena Fowler.
All right, we're all here. So the next order of business is to honor our country through the Pledge of Allegiance. Those that can, please stand and let's say the pledge. Our next order of business is called to the public, and members of the public, now is the time for you to be able to address the governing board. If you have comments or questions that you have related to an item not on the agenda, now would be the time to address the board. Please remember that this is an open public meeting, and therefore we ask that you remain civil and courteous, and you have 3 minutes to be able to address the board, and we expect that you will honor that. We have people who are here that may want to address the board, or we have those online that may want to address the board. So to give more information on this, I want to turn this over to the clerk of the Board of Supervisors, Lindsay Daly. Lindsay, would you please give more information on this?
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if there's anyone that would like to make a comment during our call to the public, we have comment cards on the table by the door that you can fill out and provide to me. Also, we have our email, boardcomments@coconino.az.gov. If anyone's listening in on the stream and wants to provide a comment as well. And we do, Chair, have Raymond Mills here who would like to, he's filled out a comment card, so he would like to provide a comment during this time.
Very good. We'll go ahead then. If Mr. Mills is here, now would be the time to come to the podium. And if you can make sure that we have the mic on for him. Oh, it looks like Lindsay's escorting him to the podium. Good morning, sir. Thanks for joining us.
My name is Raymond Mills. Moved out here a few years ago. I really love Flagstaff. You need to also take a minute for a city police officer we lost in line of duty in Apache Junction. I live out there by Star School. I got neighbors that are meth addicts. They've been that way for years and years and years. The property is totally destroyed. I've been in contact with the county codes enforcement, the sheriff's department, animal control. I've talked to all my neighbors. We're tired of it. Burglary, theft, drugs, partying until 4 o'clock in the morning, sleeping all day, nothing getting done. I'm asking the council to do whatever you can possibly to help speed this process up. I can go into particulars on situations. I'll give Judy a bunch of information. She has my email. We can stay in touch. I don't know what to say. It's embarrassing. I mean, it's totally embarrassing. This place looks like a dump. And there's people dragging more stuff home from the dump all the time, hoarding. One individual's been on drugs for 50 years. He's not all there in the head, and he thinks he's a security guard. And he makes hell for anybody that is not a drug addict. He's got animals that aren't taken care of properly. I confiscated one a year ago. It cost me $500 just to make sure it was still living. He's got tomcats running all over the place. It's a disaster. Mark Stantos with Codes has been out there. Sheriff's been out there several times. I guess I'm gonna stop. I got the idea across. We need to get it cleaned up. We need to get the drugs on. John Hayden's been in trouble with the law his whole life. Refers to himself as an old hippie. It's embarrassing. Honestly, it's embarrassing to have to bring this to everybody, to this type of attention. And I appreciate everybody here today, and I thank you. Again, let's think about the officer that we lost down in Apache Junction due to situation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I know we have both the sheriff in here today and others from the county. So they've heard your comments, and I'm sure they'll be taking further look into that. So thank you for your time. And any other members from the public would like to address the governing board this morning? Now is the
And-
time, members of the public, for the call to the public.
Chair Horstman, we have no other comment cards or emails in the inbox.
All right. Well, with that, members of the board, then we're going to move forward in our agenda today. And as I promised, we have a special proclamation honoring our Asteroid Day. And as we all know, astrotourism is a growing thing here in northern Arizona, where we have pristine and dark skies that greet our visitors and our residents alike. And we have Lowell Observatory that remains one of the top scientific and educational observatories, as well as open to members of the public to be able to learn and enjoy about our galaxy and about our dark skies and the stars and the planets out there. We have a wonderful proclamation that is going to be read, I understand, by the executive director of Lowell Observatory, Dr. Amanda Bosch, and we have here with us Kevin. They put your name wrong in here, and the historian from Lowell Observatory, who's also here and present at the meeting. So, Kevin, come on up. And I don't know if Amanda is on.
Chair Horstman, she is on. She's a panelist, so she just needs to unmute.
Very good. Thank you for joining us this morning, and we look forward to hearing some of the events going on for Asteroid Day too. And I'm assuming, Kevin, you're going to give us background on that. So good. Oh, there she is. Hi, Amanda. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you
we
for
have
having me.
before
Good
us,
morning.
of course, our proclamation. So we really appreciate you being with us today and reading our proclamation for us.
I'm going to just tell you, I apologize for not being prepared here. I don't have the proclamation here. Kevin, do you have it?
I have a copy moving my way right now.
Okay. So I'm going to ask Kevin to read it, if that's okay with everybody.
Make sure I have the right one.
If it says Asteroid Day, it's
Yes.
the right one.
Okay, Coconino County proclamation designating June 30th, 2025 as Asteroid Day. Whereas June 30th, 2025 marks the 10th anniversary of Asteroid Day, a global event to raise awareness that asteroids can pose significant threats, provide clues to the formation of our solar system, and offer resources for future space exploration. And whereas June 30th is the anniversary of the Tunguska event that occurred in 1908, a large explosion in the sky over the Tunguska River in Siberia, Russia, considered to be the largest asteroid impact on Earth in recorded history. And whereas asteroid 2939 Coconino, discovered in 1982 by Lowell Observatory astronomer Ted Bowl, is named after Coconino County. And whereas longtime Coconino County resident Gene Shoemaker is considered the father of both planetary geology and the study of near-Earth objects. And whereas the Near-Earth Asteroid Rendezvous space probe, which landed on an asteroid to study it in 2000, was renamed Near Shoemaker in honor of Gene Shoemaker. And whereas scientists have used the Lowell Discovery Telescope, which is one of the world's most powerful telescopes and located 40 miles southeast of Flagstaff near Happy Jack, to study asteroids, and in 2022 confirmed the youngest pair of asteroids in the solar system. And whereas scientists at Loeb Observatory and Northern Arizona University play key roles in the National Aeronautics and Space Administration's planetary defense efforts, such as the DART mission, and whereas upwards of 500,000 people visit Meteor Crater and Loeb Observatory each year, and the income generated from this visitation provides jobs and stimulates the economy of Coconino County, and whereas the 2025 theme of Asteroid Day is celebrating 10 years of Asteroid Day, a decade of exploration and discovery, now therefore be it resolved, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims June 30th, 2025 as Asteroid Day in Coconino County. And we encourage all county staff and community members to celebrate Meteor Crater, Loeb Observatory, and exploration of our universe.
Thank you very much. And I know we're going to have some comments, but before we have comments from the board and public, and we'd like to hear what's going on at Lowell as well, I'm going to entertain a motion designating June 30th, 2025 as Asteroid Day. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Fowler. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Vasquez. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is unanimous. So with that, I'm going to just go ahead and have some comments, and then we'll hear from you and Amanda about what's going on at Lowell. And just first and foremost, we've been able here in Coconino County to honor Asteroid Day through a proclamation. And I think the intent is to make sure that we acknowledge and recognize the scientific discoveries that have been made here in Coconino County and Flagstaff. Both Jean and Carolyn Shoemaker, I had the honor of knowing during my time here in Flagstaff, seeing what they did and the work that they did for the whole world on discoveries of asteroids, comets, and just planetary explorations was pretty amazing. And those are just two of our residents here in Coconino County. There are so many incredible scientists, people who come up here to study and learn from Lowell and are part of ongoing planetary research going as far away as Pluto, which remains our favorite planet, by the way. And just the work that's being done here with the flybys and Jupiter and some of the Mars explorations. It's very exciting. And to be here in the midst of it, here in Coconino County, is particularly exciting, not, for the state and certainly for all of us who live here in Flagstaff, Arizona. So I'm very happy to designate June 30th, 2025 as Asteroid Day, because I think its significance of who we are and what we do here in Coconino County is large and really out of this world. And this proclamation signifies that. So other comments, members of the board, before we hear about what Lowell's up to? Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the proclamation. It's always good when we get to celebrate our dark sky community and the economy that's produced by different astronomical activities and events and spaces like the Discovery Center. And so anytime we can celebrate that is a good time. This is a good day. Really looking forward to the events that are happening. It's this type of economy is so important to our local economy, brings so many tourists. I've had conversations with tourists from other countries, and why'd you come? For the Discovery Center? It is a big part of our economy, and kind of, with our dark skies, the skies are just so beautiful, and we're just so lucky and blessed. And so again, anytime we can put a highlight on that and what the cool things that are happening in our county around our dark skies, always a pleasure to support and participate in. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Other comments, members of the board? Yes, Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair. And I certainly agree with Vice Chair Vasquez's comments. And I'll tell you that I was a little ahead of my time this year because I recently took both of my grandkids to Meteor Crater. And my grandson actually loved it so much that he asked me if I'd take him back, and I did. So I've been spending I feel like I've been celebrating Asteroid Day quite a bit this year. So I really do appreciate all the work that you guys do. So thank you for this, and I'm happy to support this proclamation.
Other comments? Supervisor Begay.
Good morning again. This is a real great proclamation that we, as board members, like to ensure that, it's read out, and then there's a proclamation made for each year. So I look forward to all the activities that may be happening, and then also, what a way to make money, and then use it back within the communities. And I think that's what we're all they're here for, is to ensure that, we give, and then we help other people with it. So thank you so much for being here for this proclamation and you reading the proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. It is so important to preserve our wilderness, our wildness in the world, even in our skies. It is because it is so intricately connected to us. And just it's not just now, but ancient, people have their artwork woven and depicted on walls, and then they're woven into their pattern of beliefs and ceremonies now, and the way of living. So I think it's really great that we celebrate the asteroid day and meteorites and the dark sky, but at the same time, we have to remember that we are completely connected and we have to preserve it. We can't pollute. We can't destroy our land and our animals. And our animals use the pattern of the universe and the energy when they travel. And that's how the human beings are also, even us as human individuals. So we need to preserve that. And it's really important that we celebrate this, knowing that it is a vastness that needs to be paid attention to, but at the same time, make sure that we don't destroy it like we're doing here on Earth, that we've done through the history. And now we are trying to go back. Once you destroy wildness, you can't get it back. So I would say that it's really great. It's all driven by economy. And it is, everything we do is driven by economy, the revenue that comes in, how are we going to make money. And it is the way the world works now. So your work and just it is so important to our economy. But at the same time, let's always remember that we are completely connected to it as well. So thank you.
Thank you. And good job. So Kevin Schindler or Amanda Bosch, either one of you like to let us know what's going on at Lowell?
Sure, I'll defer to Dr. Bosch for any statements, and I can give some details about the programming we have.
Dr. Bosch, take it away.
Thanks. Thanks, everybody. I really appreciate this. And thank you, Kevin. So on Monday, June 30th, we have a number of events planned at Lowell Observatory to really focus and highlight the Asteroid Day. And of course, as has been stated here, we have in Flagstaff and in Coconino County, we have a unique heritage in the study of asteroids and in asteroid impact craters. And so we're working with our wonderful partner, Meteor Crater, to create a lot of events for this yearly remembrance and event. And so, for instance, on Monday the 30th, we will have astronaut Rusty Schweikert at Lowell Observatory, and he will speak and present the Schweikart Prize to the winning individual and team. And that prize is the prize winner, whoever they are, will receive a meteorite and as well as a cash prize as well. And so that will be very exciting. And as at the same time, we have another speaker, and I'm going to defer to Kevin here, who has the details on the other two speakers that we have during this period. This will be Monday, June 30th from 5 to 8 p.m. in our wonderful new Universe Theater at the Astronomy Discovery Center. So Kevin, could you maybe give some details on the other speakers as well? Or if there's
Sure.
something that I missed on astronaut Schweikart's
Sure, thanks, Bob.
presentation?
Yep. One thing I'll say with Asteroid Day is that it really represents a typical type event we like to do here in Flagstaff. It's about collaboration, working with our partners at Meteor Crater and Northern Arizona University and the U.S. Geological Survey and the U.S. Naval Observatory. We all do science, and we all try to share the excitement of that science with the public. And Asteroid Day is a perfect opportunity to do that because we're celebrating the science and bringing it to people from around the world. And I'll point out that we have Rusty Schweikart. There's only about a half a dozen of the original Apollo astronauts, the original pioneers that are still alive. He's 90 years old, but is coming here to help celebrate. He's one of the founders of Asteroid Day, but wants to come back to Flagstaff to help celebrate this. So it's a great opportunity to see one of these pioneers, but also, like so many things, it's not just a footnote in time, because Apollo or NASA astronauts are coming back to Flagstaff as we speak, and NASA engineers are here preparing for our next voyages to space. And there are great pictures on the internet you can see of modern day astronauts going to some of the same places the Apollo astronauts did, at Meteor Crater and Sunset Crater and such. So it's a celebration of not just a historic footnote, but heritage, our scientific and education heritage here in Flagstaff. As for June 30th, so Meteor Crater has events going on sort of in the late morning, early afternoon, and then in the late afternoon into early evening or at Lowell Observatory. And Rusty Schweikart will be at both sites. And so will one of Lowell astronomers, Dr. Ki-Cheng Zhang, who will talk about kind of things that go bump in the night, asteroids and comets and things like that. And then we also have an author, Mary Robinette Cowell, who's written several kind of alternate history books, space science fiction, based on this idea that an asteroid hit Earth in 1952 and all of history changed. So she's going to be here and give a program and then do a book signing. So it's really quite a day of events. We'll have face painting and science activities and stuff like that going on throughout the day also. So kind of a nice range of things, again, that represents what we try to do with science is to not just do it, but to share the excitement of it with everybody.
That sounds wonderful. So, and I know there are some events also at Meteor Crater that's going to take place. So it's going to be a good time to be here in Northern Arizona and good time to learn a little bit about our universe and, as you say, celebrate the great successes, many of them that have really come from right here in Coconino County. So, and I'm very excited the astronauts are back using their impact craters to walk around and learn about the moon and hopefully get back there soon. So it's hard to believe that one of the astronauts from the Apollo mission is 90 years old and one of the few remaining. So it doesn't seem that long ago.
Time flies.
With that, would you mind if we get a picture with you? And I'm sorry, Dr. Bosch, you aren't here with us, but because we'd love to have a photo with you, but you know, we'll take it here with Kevin. So thank you so much, and we look forward to celebrating with you on the 30th. So let's go. I guess we can do it right down here. There's just a few of us. Dr. Bosch, if you've got the events, or Kevin, would you mind emailing them to us, and we'll put them on our websites. Okay, thank you. we're back to business. We do have another proclamation, but it was not on the agenda. So we have a special board meeting after this board meeting for the Juneteenth proclamation, which we will be doing immediately after this board meeting this afternoon. So with that, we are moving forward, and members of the board, now is the time for the consent agenda. And as we know, the consent agenda are items that are mostly ministerial or administrative in nature. They can be handled through one motion and one vote of the board. They then are not open for discussion, or we, the board, can remove these items and discuss them individually and make an individual motion and individual vote on these items. So we have before us a number of items on our consent agenda. And I'm going to turn it to members of the board. Are there any items you would like to remove from the consent agenda? Supervisor Vasquez.
Items 7 and 8.
All right, we'll remove 7 and 8. Any other items to remove from the consent agenda? Seeing none, at this point, I would entertain a motion to accept consent agenda items 2 through 21, exclusive of items 7 and 8. Do I have a motion?
Also move.
We have a motion by Supervisor Ontiveros. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Our consent agenda is passed. We have items 7 and 8. 7 and 8 are somewhat connected. And I'm going to read number 7 first, consideration and possible action to approve and accept the Arizona Community Foundation Grant Award in the amount of $2,500 for the Senior Service Nutrition Program in Williams, and making the correspondent budget adjustment in the amount of $2,500 for fiscal year 2026. Since this was a grant award, is that why you wanted to pull this?
Yes, just to highlight the information. So
And we have our Health and Human Services Director, Michelle Oxland, with us.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Supervisor Vasquez for pulling this. We're really excited that ACF awarded our senior center in Williams to be able to help support to feed more seniors. Currently, we feed over 22 seniors on our Meals on Wheels program out of Williams, and these funds are vital to continue that. So we are very grateful to them. So thank you.
Thank you, and you might want to stay up there. Number 8, consideration and possible action to approve and accept the 2025-26 Utility Assistance Program Independent Contractor Agreement between Wildfire, formerly Arizona Community Action Association, and Coconino County Health and Human Services for fiscal year 2026 in the amount of $183,229.60, and to approve the corresponding budget adjustment in that same amount. So once again, Michelle Oxland is with us. Any questions you have in particular, or is this information?
no more informational.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. So these funds are very critical. It includes our partners, APS, Unisource, as well as our ERD funding, which is where we can buy HEPA filters, we can replace people's water dispensers, anything related to utilities that is in need of repair or replacement. That includes washers and dryers. But those utility bills are really the critical piece there with Unisource and APS, and a majority of the funding is going to those two sections. We help quite a few individuals, both on the reservation and off the reservation throughout the entire Coconino County. So these funds are vital to our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that information, and they are vital to our community. I know we went ahead without taking a motion on both 7 and 8, but I knew they were connected. So I'll go back to item number 7, entertain a motion, and then we'll have comments. So do I have a motion on number 7?
I will so move.
I have a motion and a second on item number 7 to approve and accept the monies for the Senior Services Nutrition Program in Williams from the Arizona Community Foundation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? It is unanimous. Do I have any comments on 7? Supervisor
yes,
Ontiveros first. I'm so sorry, since it's in her
It
district.
is in my district. And Michelle, or Director Axland, as you know, and I'll share with the rest of the board, this is where I spent my morning yesterday in the senior center in Williams, seeing firsthand how these funds are used, enjoyed an excellent lunch with the seniors there and really enjoyed the day. So I know these funds are going to go to good use. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Begay. 7. Any other comments on 7? Supervisor Vasquez.
Since I pulled it, I probably should say something. No, I just wanted to say I'm really glad that we're able to get these funds. The senior centers, not just in Williams, but throughout our county, are so vital to our vulnerable elderly population. And so we want to maximize those resources. And this is another example of our county health and human services doing great direct service to our most vulnerable. So thank you.
All right. Any other comments? We'll move on to number 8, and that is motion to accept the monies from the wildfire, formerly Arizona Community Action, and Coconino Health. Well, I'm sorry, better just accept the Utility Assistance Program independent contractor agreement between Wildfire, formerly Arizona Community Action, and Coconino Health and Human Services. Do I have a motion? I have a motion to have a second. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. So thank you. Any other comments on number 8, Supervisor Begay?
Good morning. I just want to know what your criteria are as far as applying for these funds. Or maybe there's no income limits where Andy can probably go in and apply, you know. I just want to know it to be on the air. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. To answer the question, the easiest way to find out how you qualify for these different funds is to go to our website, but it usually is the federal poverty limit. There are exceptions within each of those areas that we can get people income qualified. So the easiest way, obviously, is to look at our website or call our phone number, and we can assist people. Because if you don't qualify for these funds, we do have other funds, and we want to see people get the maximum benefit they can. So thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Otherwise, Michelle, thank you for being with us this morning, giving us information to the public. Really appreciate that, and really appreciate the Arizona Community Foundation's grant, and appreciate the help of and assistance of our community to get it done for our residents. All right, we're moving along. And we next are going to handle a matter with the flood control district. So we need to resolve as flood control district board of directors. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor of resolving as the
Aye.
flood control district board of directors signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. We are now the flood control district, and we have an item, just one, on that consent agenda. It usually is going ahead as a motion. Unless we would like discussion, and then we should remove it from the consent agenda. So do I have a motion to either remove it or to approve the consent agenda as set forth?
I make a motion that we approve the flood control district consent agenda.
Number 22, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. So the consent agenda for the flood control district has been approved. We need to now resolve back at the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are now the Board of Supervisors, but not for long. I would need to entertain a motion to resolve as the Health District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion? A motion
Second.
and a second. All those in favor of resolving as the Health District Board of Directors signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. We are now the Health District Board, and we have 3 items under our consent agenda. Members of the board, do you need or do we want to remove any of these items to discuss any of them individually? Seeing none, is there a motion to accept the Health District consent agenda?
So moved.
I have a motion Do I have a second?
I'll second.
And a second. All those in favor of accepting the Health District consent agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. All right, we now need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, we are now the Board of Supervisors, but we need to resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of resolving as the Jail District Board of Directors signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are now the Jail District Board. We have three items on the Jail District consent agenda. Members of the board, would you like to remove any of these items from the consent agenda for individual discussion? Seeing none, do I have a motion to accept the Jail District consent agenda as set forth in our agenda?
I will so move.
We have a motion. Do I have a second? We have a second from Supervisor Begay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous and has passed. We must now resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have such a motion? You have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of resolving as the Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We're now the Board of Supervisors again. And we're moving ahead of schedule here. We do have a presentation from the Arizona Auditor General's Office regarding the Coconino County fiscal year 2024 audit results. And can we move forward on this now? I know we're a little early. So it looks like we have heads shaking. So do you want to take a 5-minute break? Let's go ahead and so sorry, Siri. Let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back. Yeah, we're a little early. I'll give you a chance to get ready. Thanks.
Good morning. This is Carla with the Arizona Auditor General. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Carla. They just went for a break.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jean.
Thank you for your email because I had the same feelings.
Yeah, it never fails that something pops up that I'm not prepared for. So
Excellent.
All right, very good. So we are back and we're still a little early, but that's a good thing. And we're here with Siri with us, who we have, I think, also members from the Arizona Auditor General's office. Is that right? Regarding the Coconino County fiscal year 2024 audit results. These come every year to us, and a review, which we appreciate, from the Auditor General's office on our finances and our financial security. And it's always good to hear from them and see what we've done well, what we haven't, and what we haven't, what we can do to correct that. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Siri Mullaney, and I think she can introduce the members with us from the Auditor General's office.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. And our primary today will be Jean Dietrich from Clifton Larson Allen, who is the contracted accounting firm through the Auditor General's office. We also have representatives from the Auditor General's office on. So I just have a couple intro comments before I will turn it over to Jean. And Jean, if you want to get the PowerPoint up and sharing while I do that, that would be great. So just a couple reminders. We did previously provide the audit reports when they were first released, along with some updates. But today we're completing our statutory requirement for presenting the results of the audit at a public meeting. So we're excited to have both our representative from the audit firm who completed the audits, as well as the Auditor General online. A couple of things I just wanted to highlight: the work and effort that was put into maintaining a timely audit issuance. As many board members are aware, there have been years where the county has not had timely audit issuances for various reasons. And so we're just really proud of the fact that we've been able to maintain that timely issuance, even with some unforeseen changes. I really want to credit the work of Abby Velasquez as the audit manager on this audit, keeping us on track, as well as Dominic Iglesias, Melanie Askew, and Megan Coons for all of their work on the various schedules and requirements for the audit. I also really want to thank Jean and the team from Clifton Larson Allen, as well as the Auditor General's office, for prioritizing our issuance as well and getting it through on time. It was definitely a effort amongst many people to get us to this point, and we're really thankful for their work. The only other thing I wanted to point out is that there has been a focus in the last several years on training and internal control improvements, policy improvements, and grant compliance. And I think all of that really has come through in the audit report that we're seeing this time. Of course, we'll never avoid all findings, and there's always room for continuous improvement and learning, and we're really committed to that. But for the things that have come onto the radar, I think that we've worked really hard on corrections and training and improvement across the organization in resolving many issues that have come up in the past audits. And so I just wanted to recognize again the work of the team across the organization within our departments, as well, the embedded financial staff who work on maintaining compliance with finance policies, because really everything, all the work that's done in every department flows into the financial reports and audits. So everyone has a hand, in compliance. And so those were my comments. And Jean, I will hand it over to you for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Siri. And Carla, if you want to go ahead and kick us off.
Great. Sorry, it's not letting me share my camera, but hopefully you can hear me. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. My name is Carla Wall, and I'm a technical manager with the Arizona Auditor General's office.
Can we turn this up a little? So we're having a little trouble hearing it. So hold on, let's see if we can turn it up a little.
All right, I think I got my camera on, so hopefully
this is so
working.
good. Thank you.
All right, can everyone hear?
Yes, much better. Thank you.
Wonderful. Again, Chair, members of the board, my name is Carla Wall, and I'm a technical manager with the Arizona Auditor General's office. On behalf of the Auditor General, we appreciate the opportunity to meet with you today and to have our contract auditor, Ms. Jean Dietrich with Clifton Larson Allen, join us in presenting the county's fiscal year 2024 audit results to you. Thank you so much for having us. Before Jean presents the county's fiscal year 2024 audit results to you, I'd like to briefly explain our role as it relates to the audit. The Arizona Auditor General is responsible for conducting annual audits of all Arizona counties or for causing those audits to be conducted. We sometimes contract audits due to our staffing levels and other audit demands. When we contract county audits, we ensure that we select qualified CPA firms with experience in auditing counties and that have an understanding of how those counties operate within the state of Arizona. We contracted with Clifton Larson Allen for the county's fiscal year 2024 audits. As part of our responsibilities related to the county's audit, we work with and provide direction to Jean and her team as needed throughout the audit process. Once the audit's in its final stages, we review the county's audit draft reports that are prepared by CLA to help ensure that those audit reports meet applicable standards and that auditor opinions are expressed within the reports are consistent with the financial statements and any reported findings. So with that, I want to thank you again for your time, and I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Jean, and she'll discuss the county's 2024 audit results with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. Again, my name is Jean Marie Dietrich. I am the principal responsible for the audit procedures for the external audit of Coconino County, Arizona for the year ended June 30, 2024. Why is this not advancing? As part of our audit, we evaluate the risk associated with your annual comprehensive report. We examine and verify management's assertions on those financial statements, and we provided an opinion. In fact, we provide multiple opinions. We opine on your governmental activities, your business type activities, each major fund, and aggregate remaining fund information. And in our audit report, we include our findings as well as our recommendation. We work with management and the Auditor General, but we work and communicate with you, the Board of Supervisors, as governance for Coconino County. Within our reporting package, we have our required communication to you as governance, the opinions on the annual comprehensive financial report, a single audit report performed in accordance with uniform guidance that also includes a report on your financial information in accordance with government auditing standards, and a report on each major federal program and your schedule of federal expenditures. We also perform an examination of your annual expenditure limitation report. An overview of our required communication to you as governments is we noted that there were no new accounting policies adopted by the county during the fiscal year ended June 30, 2024. To arrive at your annual financial statements, management does arrive at certain estimates. We evaluate those estimates for higher uncertainty risk. That is, management has multiple inputs that could create management bias. We did not identify any estimates that we would deem to have a higher uncertainty risk. And in our evaluation of management's estimates, we did not identify any bias associated with those estimates. Management did pass on correcting a couple of misstatements as they were immaterial to the financial statements as a whole to arrive at your financial statements. One was an immaterial accrual, and that was passed on just to create timely financial reporting. The cost of making the adjustment outweighed the benefit of timely reporting. As well as management identified in the prior year an error regarding vehicle purchases. Management identified the error and corrected it in the current year, but passed as it was immaterial to the financial statements as a whole as restating your financial statements for fiscal year June 30, 2023. Management also passed on including a disclosure on your corp detention net pension liability, as that would add additional material to your financial statement disclosures and were deemed immaterial to the financial statements and not necessary for the users of the financial statements. So management opted to not disclose. We encountered no difficulties in working with management. I do want to thank management for their ability to respond very timely with our requests. It was a very short turnaround, and with 4 major programs to test, management was very responsive and worked very well with our team. We identified no material audit adjustments as a result of our audit procedures, and we did not identify any unusual or fraudulent transactions. We do have discussions with management regarding accounting policies and new upcoming standards, and we had no disagreements with management on any financial reporting. And there were no significant issues discussed with management that we deem necessary to disclose to this body. Within your annual comprehensive financial report, there are components of the ACFR, and our response is different to different components. On the basic financial statement, we issue our audit opinions on the fair presentation of your financial statements. Included in your annual comprehensive report is required supplementary information, statistical sections, and introductory sections. The required supplementary information includes your management discussion and analysis, where management discusses components of the county year over year and changes and what they deem is important to the users of the financial statements. We read that information and ensure it's consistent with your basic financial statements, but because it's management's discussion, we do not opine on that. In addition, there are supplementary information regarding pensions and other post-employment benefit schedules. As those are schedules that are arrived at through an actuary specialist, we do not opine on those as well. We do, however, give in relation to opinion on your combining schedules of fund financial information and statements. We make sure that those are consistent and agree to the financial statements that we have opined on as a whole. And I'm pleased to let you know that we rendered unmodified clean opinions on your financial statements. That is the highest level of assurance a CPA firm can provide to you as governance. In looking at the single audit, we tested 4 major programs. Your total federal expenditures were $60 million for the year. We tested about 71% of those major programs in those federal dollars. Those programs tested included the Good Neighbor Authority, the Emergency Watershed Program, WIOA, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act cluster, as well as ARPA, the COVID-19 Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds. In performing the single audit in accordance with uniform guidance, we do opine on your internal control over financial reporting. We issued a clean, unmodified opinion. We did identify one deficiency in internal control. This was in regards to some change management with your information systems. For an audit of this size, it's really significant that there were no material weaknesses identified and just the one deficiency that management has put a corrective action plan in regards to your information systems. We did not identify any matters of non-compliance with laws or regulations or contracts. And with regards to your major programs and the opinions on your major programs in accordance with uniform guidance, we did not identify any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in internal control, nor any question costs. For your annual expenditure limitation report, we have gone through the Auditor General's review and our quality review, and we have received the signed representation letters. So we'll be issuing those final reports to the Auditor General for disclosure and for approval. Your Arizona Economic Estimate Commission expenditure limitation was for $78 million, and the subject limit to the limitation was $77.8 million, so within the required limitation. I thank you for your time. That was our presentation of the audit of Coconino County for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2024. If you have any questions, I will entertain them at this time.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for the overview and the audit and Syrian and finance staff. It's very good news for us to get a clean opinions on a financial statement. And we really, in the timeliness of course, our filings are so important for us. And we really appreciate the diligence you and your financial team have done to give us this clean opinion and financial statement. And I just have to note that, and Jean, I think you indicated the same, and that is with the large extent of federal monies, over $60 million, and we all know the requirements for the financial federal monies and the various reporting requirements. The fact that those are all in good order, in good shape, is particularly great news for us here in Coconino County, and I think shows the commitment that our county has to making sure every dollar is well spent and every dollar is accounted for. So really appreciate that. And then the expenditure limit, we were all holding our breath, but we of course scraped by and within the expenditure limit, and we so appreciate again the diligence and work of our financial team and really the whole county and all of our departments to ensure this very good audit and very good report to us. And I want to thank our voters in our community for giving us the increase to our expenditure limit. I think you can see how important this is for us here in Coconino County and the need for the expansion on that expenditure limit so we can continue to serve the needs of our residents. So thank you so much for this wonderful report, Carla and Jean. Really appreciate that. And I'm going to turn this over to my colleagues to see if they have any questions or comments. Supervisor Ontiveros.
I don't have any questions, but my comment would be that this is very complimentary to Ms. Mullaney and staff and everyone else who participated in this. So I'm going to refer to it as a report card. We got an A+, and that speaks volumes. So thank you. Thank you very much for your hard work.
Any other, Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, thank you to our staff. And it shows that our department heads just really are paying attention to all of these projects, because these are different departments that have been evaluated and they came out really well done. And our finance staff and management really shows amazing attention to their work. And the federal expenditure, you know, that is just really amazing that we were able to, just the federal expenditure. The reason why it came out really nicely is because at the beginning, when these dollars were coming through, the finance department and the departments really had to figure out how to set it up, how to track it, and and had to hire special staff or additional staff to be able to manage it. So just want to thank them for their creative ways that they have been able to track these federal dollars. So I just want to commend them. And of course, our expenditure limit, we're always holding our breath on that one. And it's just really well done. So thank you, staff and management for working and paying attention to all our finances. Thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Good job, team. As we've gone through, this is the fourth audit review that I've been through. And during that time, there have been different things that popped up. And I'm really pleased to see, based on this report, that those things that had popped up in the past are not popping up anymore. And for me, that's really important, because we all make mistakes, or we all have things that happen here and there. It's that you don't repeat those kind of mistakes. And to get such a clean bill of health off this audit, with only 3 uncorrected misstatements. That's pretty good. To get 71% of your federal expenditures and get a clean bill the way it was, that's pretty good, especially considering we're dealing with ARPA money, so it was a lot of money flowing through during this time. And that means that as a county, as a staff, we were fiscally responsible with this money. And so that's really good to see. And I just want to commend all of you on the team that made that happen, because that was not easy. And when we were facing 2023, 24, there were things, bumps in the road. And so to come back and have the audit come clean is really cool. So good job. Congratulations. Thank you.
Other comments? Supervisor Begay?
Well, thank you so much. Being the largest county in Arizona and second national land-based size, this is a good audit reporting an A triple plus. But I just want to say thank you to the staff, the administration, the managers, and everyone here in the county that has anything to do with funding. So I just want to say this is the kind of report that we need to really stick by, and making sure that we don't run into any issues with any kind of fundings. And this is including, all these things are including every single penny we get, from somewhere that we're managing. So kudos to all you, and keep the work up. Thank you.
Very good. Other comments, questions? Then with that, I don't think we need to take any action. Is that correct, Siri? This is just a presentation and report?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I believe that we do need to take action to accept the audit results.
Then I would take a motion to accept these very good audit result findings. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to accept the Arizona Auditor General Office's report for fiscal year 2024 and the audit results and report that's been presented. Do all those in favor signify by saying aye?
Aye.
And it is unanimous. So again, thank you so much. Really appreciate everyone's very hard work to get this done. And please extend a great thanks, Siri, to you and your staff. All right. Well, we are doing so good on moving forward on this. And I know that comprehensive plan isn't really scheduled until 1, and we will take a 12 o'clock break. And so before we get there, one of the items we're going to go to is our round table. We, the board, they say that the cobbler's children never have shoes. Well, we also seem to be the ones to push off our round table. And so I'm going to turn to the cobblers, also known as the Board of Supervisors, to allow our members here to make some comments on some of the things going on in your districts and things you'd like to let the board members and the public know. So with that, I'm going to turn this over. Anybody want to go first? Otherwise, I'm gonna pick on people in order. I'm gonna pick on Supervisor Vasquez, number 2, since I used to get picked on all the time by going first. So
What happened to number 1?
Number 1 is also the chair's report. She goes last. All right. So Supervisor Vasquez, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to do roundtable. It's been a really active couple weeks. I just put out my newsletter, so if you want to see everything that's been going on pretty much since the end of March, there's a whole list of things that we've been involved in, including the Mountain Lion Downtown Connection Center was opened up to the public yesterday, so that's really exciting. If you get a chance, please go check it out. We are having in 2026, as our colleague Supervisor Fowler is part of the statewide Route 66 celebration organizing committee. There's a committee here in town with the Guadalupanas and the Knights of Columbus looking to celebrate the 100-year anniversary of Our Lady of Guadalupe Church in the south side of Flagstaff. And at one time from 1926 until 1934, Route 66 actually was Phoenix to Mike's Pike, then to Milton. what Route 66 wasn't put north of the tracks there until 1934 when they built the train underpass. So Milton was built there. And so been working with that community to help plan the event for May of 26 and then December of 26. So still a long ways off, but it is kind of a cool milestone, 100 years. And been working with our local community around immigration issues, having meetings with different groups and talking to folks. And so in that light, I'd like to take my roundtable time to make a statement. Because the images coming in from around the country, especially Los Angeles, but also Phoenix and other areas in the big metropolitan areas and in some of our rural areas, have been nothing short of heartbreaking. Families have been torn apart, communities raided, and lives shattered by ICE and federal agents using tactics that resemble military operations more than community law enforcement. These raids do not serve justice, they breed fear. Let's be clear, this is not new. Our history is marred with moments when immigrants have been used as scapegoats in times of crisis. During the Great Depression and again in the 1950s, in an operation shamefully called Operation Wetback, over 2 million people were rounded up and deported. Shockingly, more than 60% of those deported were US-born citizens, American children, mothers, and workers stripped of their rights without cause. And yet immigrants have always been the backbone of this nation. They build our homes, harvest our food, care for our children and elders, and drive innovation and small business growth. From rural towns to urban centers, immigrant communities breathe life into our local economies. They pay taxes, start businesses, and revitalize neighborhoods. Their contributions are not just economic. They are cultural, social, and deeply human. We are now witnessing a painful repetition of history, deploying National Guard troops without a governor's consent, clearing peaceful protesters with police force, using fear instead of dialogue. These acts are not just policy decisions. They are moral failures. They erode public trust and undermine the principles of democracy. We cannot claim to stand for justice while allowing entire communities to be terrorized. Just as the civil rights movement fought back against the misuse of power in the 1960s, we too must rise. Our voices must echo the demands of those who marched at Selma, who sat at lunch counters, who faced dogs and fire hoses for the dream of a more just America. This is a call for justice, not just for immigrants, but for all people who believe in dignity, fairness, and the right to exist without fear. We must stand united because what is happening is not just wrong, it's un-American. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. I know that it's distressing to all of us and appreciate your comments. Supervisor, District 3.
Thank you, Chair. I was kind of writing some notes while Vice Chair Vasquez was talking. As you guys know, District 3 is a pretty large district made up of many communities. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to highlight probably some of the top issues that I'm hearing from my communities. The first one would be the issue of short-term rentals. And this has been very adversely affecting Williams and Sedona, both of these communities in District 3. I did attend a meeting in Sedona last week, I believe it was, where it was actually organized by the Sedona Mayor, Scott Jablow. There were other mayors there. It was really kind of a mayor's, what would you call it, meeting, where we had mayors literally from across Northern Arizona speaking about the impacts of the short-term rentals that's having on the communities. There were also, there was a state senator and representatives at this meeting as well. So that was very informative, and this issue is being addressed, looked at, et cetera. Another kind of high priority in the District 3 is the loss of fire insurance that many of the residents are experiencing. And we all know we had a meeting here last week where we discussed this. And I am pleased to report that there is still meetings going on, and we are looking into this, realizing that the Board of Supervisors has no authority to do anything about it, but we are working with partners that we believe will. And the other one, last week I was at a meeting in Munns Park. They have recently had a remapping of the FEMA special flood hazard area there. And so this is something that is ongoing in another one of my communities that I'm paying very close attention to. So I'm going to, you know, there's a lot going on. I've been at a lot of community meetings. I've kind of said, it's kind of like the communities in my district have kind of come out of hibernation and they're very much alive. And I've been at pancake breakfast in Sherwood Forest. I've been at community meetings at Highlands Fire and Mountain Air. And actually one time I needed 3 of me. So my district director actually attended a meeting in Parks for I believe it was their community fire preparedness day. So we have been very active getting into the communities, paying attention to what is going on. And I do believe that I have hit the highlights though for my district.
Thank you, Supervisor Ontiveros. Update from Supervisor Begay for District 4.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. In meeting with, of course, the chapters for their planning meetings and all of their chapter meetings. And basically, we give a report of what's going on at the county, and mainly, you know, just sharing a lot of information back and forth. And they talk about elections, they talk about the roads, they talk about internet services, just a lot of stuff that affects them, you know, locally. And mainly, I think it's the roads. So anyway, that's come up. Plus, also there's a lot of other issues that are at hand with the Navajo Nation and the Hopi tribe. So as far as, you know, what they're encountering daily, and you know, it's just a lot of day-to-day type of things that happen there. So met with the HDOT and Hopi Department of Transportation and Arizona Department of Transportation on the 5th of June. And there, Chris Tressler met and was there, and we did talk about the IGA, intergovernmental agreement with the Hopi tribe. And we asked that they really highly consider that, because we do have some dollars that are sitting here, and we like to make sure that we spend it, you know, within a time frame, and that some of these funds have been sitting there for a little bit while. So and basically what it's for, like sealing of the roads, or just anything that has to do with road projects. So, and then so I know that we barely got the Navajo Nation IGA not too long ago, and we've been at that for at least 8 months, and it finally came through. So this one is with HDOT and 264 from Tuba City all the way to Kings Canyon and beyond that. And currently we're helping to identify the areas that we would like to see addressed by a plan that's being put together by Arizona Department of Transportation, and mainly just like walkways, and then with signs on there, plus, you know, just putting guardrails in certain areas. And they've installed one that we've been at for the last 3 years, but they're ready to install another one in another area we feel where there's a lot of accidents that are happening. And then also flood out areas. We talk about that, you know, to elevate the road. And then bus stops, you know, where kids are being dropped off and picked up for school. So a lot of that conversation is happening right now with the Hopis. And it's very unique because we do have Monkopi up to Komai Mesa in certain area that's a Hopi jurisdiction. And then Navajo has it in between from there to another area, and then it starts Hopi land again. So we're doing this as a partnership. So I just really feel that, you know, we're going to get somewhere with that. And then the Donny Park, we still attend some of those meetings too. And basically shared what I had Lucinda do a presentation to Donny Park residents here last week. And She did a very good job, the same presentation she did here within our board chambers. And then also we had the sheriff also go over some stats and also some things that are happening in the area that they're going to be looking out for. And so, and then they did share with them that we're going to be placing some cameras in various areas by Star School maybe, and towards Cameron area, because that's been in the works for a while, and that's going to happen because there's a lot of speeding happening, and then just on Highway 89 North. So there's 3 of the cameras that are going to be situated that, finally we got a chance to be to utilize those on the streets, on the roads that, we've been working with. So those are things that are coming up right now. And then, of course, the measles, we shared information about the measles. As you know, it was in Farmington, now it's in Navajo County. And, this morning, Michelle sent out another email to all of the Board of Supervisors. And I think we have to take it seriously. And apparently, if you're born 1957 and onward, you're not, you're going to be immune to it. But after those years, then she said you may have to have it in order to be immune to get yourself immune from that. So the last meeting, I believe I asked, let's go out and really get the information out to the communities that we serve, get anything out so that, they're aware that this is coming and how to deal with it. Maybe they need to check at the locations where they get their shots and stuff to see if they need one to protect them and their families. And it should be all for everyone. So we talked about that. And that was also shared at Donny Park. So again, we're still looking at a road right there by Sacred Peaks, just on Highway 89. There's got to be a stop sign right in that area. When you go into the Sacred Peaks area, then you can't really, when you make a turn, you have to go back down to Conoco and turn around somewhere and then come back this way because there's so much traffic going and there's no stop lights there. So that's one of the things that I think is really needed. And so we did share that there's going to be a roundabout that's coming up, just various things. So, but I just want to say also that Western Navajo Agency Council meeting is coming up this Saturday, so we'll be there. And then also our office in Tuba City, that's where my designation of my workstation is going to be at, and Angie and I. So we just want to say thank you for facilities, for putting that for us together and ensuring that we know we have a place to we have adequate services to get online, for the for meetings and stuff like that. So, but I just want to say, of course, every day is different. People call you, people contact you, and I just want to say to Andy, thank you for your staff, facilities, all other departments. I normally don't go directly to them. I go through you, to address certain things because I think, you're their supervisor and I respect that. And so I just want to say thank you for putting them out there and getting them and their staff involved to ensure that, we've address certain issues that come to us. So thank you so much. And of course, everybody else, we have some other things that go on, but these are some of the main ones that I would like to bring up at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. And now we have District 5, Supervisor Fowler.
Yeah, thank you. We are, as the state of Arizona, we are preparing and really preparing to celebrate across the country, really all of Route 66, to celebrate in next year, 2026. So Flagstaff has been very involved, and just all the towns in between. We're trying to put a schedule together as to all the events. If you know of any events that is really where they're going to be celebrating the Route 66, if you can submit those, where the state is creating all the events on its website, at Arizona Tourism. So it'd be really good for everyone to be able to have their events on there. So I'm really happy that Flagstaff is very involved, and there's others that need to get involved along this Route 66 route. Over the weekend, speaking of Route 66, I was able to attend the reopening of the Grand Canyon Cavern Havasupai. So I was able to be there to celebrate with the Havasupai tribe who owns the cavern now. It is the driest cavern, which is the cave in the United States, 21 stories high. And it's really exciting for them to reopen the hotel and the campground and the cavern right along Route 66. So if you haven't been there, please do attend. I did tell them that Coconino County really supports them, and it's really great to have them reopen the cavern. I've never been there. If you haven't been there, do go down. It stays about 58 degrees down in the canyon, the cavern, and I guess they're still excavating they're still excavating and doing some research in the area as well. So congratulations to Havasupai tribe. On the way back, I was able to attend Lucinda's award ceremony, which was at Loeb Observatory. She received an award from the Engineer Association for her impact, positive work that county's been doing in the flood district area. And they had a video about all the engineers that have how engineers have built these amazing, marvelous like dams and all of these structures. And when I was thinking about it, it was an engineer, Stephanie Yard, and our chairs mentioned it. Lucinda's mentioned that. Actually, Lucinda has mentioned it before that. During the Schultz fire, it was started. The route. We didn't know what to do. It was really it's never happened here before. And here comes engineer from the Natural Channel with a plan saying that we need to do a natural approach, which was alluvial fans. And we didn't know what alluvial fan was at the time. And she explained it. And that's what we have now today is those structures are based on those alluvial fans. And I just want to congratulate Lucinda again. And all the other, there were a number of engineers that have been working on the flood district mitigation that were also recognized. So I thank them on behalf of the Board of Supervisors and the county, how they saved us money. They also, we stand on their shoulder when the county has been recognized throughout the country as an example when it comes to working with community and mitigation and how to approach. So it was very, it was really, I think it was really good for me to be there just to see Lucinda get her award and just the engineers that have done amazing work. And that right now I'm reading Emerald Smile also, and he really describes in one section, he talks about history. Then in another section, really talks about the engineering of the waterways, all the water, the rivers, and how they were harnessed and got control of these wild rivers and being able to divert them and to create dams and hydropower and all in the name of economy again. And that's where, we got to always think about these projects when you're thinking about engineering and humans taking control of the wild. We have to be careful of where we are and how we approach that. They just went crazy there when the Bureau of Reclamation was created. So I'm right at that right now reading that section. So it just came to be that here I am at this engineering session and the whole video about all the amazing things they've done, which is really great, because engineers are so detailed, but we do stand on their shoulder when we talk about these mitigations and how it was mitigated and all the projects that have been done. So congratulations again to Lucinda and her staff and all the engineers that have worked with her. And we toured, Geronimo and I toured the government tank again. And this week is going to be completion, I understand. And so we'll be moving forward to the restoration, and also really good to hear that the Protect grant has been approved for Highway 89, which is very important. And so anyway, it's just really, really great. And then we have been partnering with the Red Feather with the health department for a number of years. And I attend one of their sessions at Tlachi'i, and it was for women learning how to repair minor home issues. And it was really a great session. I learned so much, and we were able to build a toolbox when we were done and put our tools in there. What a neat way to learn. So I want to thank the county health department for partnering with Red Feathers, teaching us how to do some work around our homes. And it is such a good relationship. It's such a good partnership. And that's how counties really we always talk about helping people help themselves. That's really what this was all about. I was so impressed with that. And I just want to thank Kim. I don't know if you're the one that started that relationship, but it is such a great relationship. I just wanted to if you haven't done one of those sessions, go do that. That was just amazing. We're now working, the women there, we're talking about some financing and how to invest. We're kind of doing that right now too, trying to put that together. I've been, as you all know, we've been working together on the North Rim. We had an NAU do a study on North Rim extension of season. It opens on May 15th, closes on October 15th. When I was first elected, I always wondered why doors were closing on October 15th or right before the businesses would just close, and it'd be just like, how in the world is this happening? So, and we found out it was really their timing was the closure of the North Rim. Since then, we as a county, we've been working with the Grand Canyon National Park, trying to help them with their advocate on their behalf to receive money, so that funding, so that they can improve their infrastructure, which we have done. I mean, they've been on their own campaign as well, but we're now moving forward and continue to have our meetings with the multi-agencies. It's been really, we had a meeting, we're gonna have another meeting. It's just, we're just gonna continue with those meetings. It's been really great. Everyone, I know that our communities, we've been, and we also, I met with the Page Chamber of Commerce. Of course, I've been meeting with, working with them and the mayor from Page and Fredonia. We've all partnered for many years trying to work with the extension of the season. So we're moving in that direction. We also have been working on I know the communities now are working on July 3rd and July 4th. County started the July 3rd fireworks in Tuba City. And the reason it's on the 3rd is because we couldn't find a vendor. They were all busy, too busy. And there was one vendor that called back and said, we're busy on the 4th, but we can't do it on the 3rd. So can we do it on the 3rd? And that's how the independence celebration started in Tuba City on the 3rd. So if you're traveling through, plan on July 3rd in Tuba City for fireworks and celebration. I'm really happy to report that our county, and this is what our county is all about, is to start an event or start something and hand it to the community. And that's what's happening in Tuba City. So I want to thank the county for it. And the reason it actually started was the Navajo police came to me and asked if, and told me that another family almost didn't make it home because it was an accident. They're driving home after 1 o'clock, after enjoying the whole family, driving to Flagstaff. At the time, Flagstaff used to have their fireworks and also Winslow, and they almost didn't make it home. And so that's how that whole, it's a safety measure so people can stay home and be able to enjoy 4th of July or Independence Day at home safely and not have to drive somewhere. We used to pack up our kids and we drive to Flagstaff to enjoy fireworks. And they used to have it at Marble Canyon there for a while also, but we always drove somewhere and we drive back in the middle of the night, keep me awake, where's the coffee, so that's what the story about the July 3rd. And I just want to thank the county for working with us and helping us to start that event. So that's what I would report. And thank you so much. Of course, July 4th is in Page as well as Flagstaff. Other events are taking place. So thank you again. Just wanted to give an example of how the county helps communities start events for the safety of the public. And that's always been the angle that we take. And I just want to appreciate the county for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor, and thank you for making it to the Grand Canyon Caverns there. I know the Havasupai tribe has reopened them, and I really wanted to go. Unfortunately, this was one busy weekend. That's all I can say. But in the spirit of Asteroid Day, I want to talk about one of the things I've been working on. I've been working with the Grand Canyon National Park on the dark skies. They had they had an astronomer in resident there, Stephen Hummel from the McDonald Observatory, who did an extensive report on light pollution visible from both the South Rim and the North Rim of the canyon, and really identified 4 major areas of light pollution. And so I've been working with a group of folks to see what we can do to limit that light pollution and preserve our dark skies there visible from Grand Canyon National Park, including Tusayan, ADOT, even the Pinyon Mine, the Tusayan Airport, and others. And our very own Coconino County Community Development has also been very involved in that to see what we can do to become dark sky compliant in some of these other areas that don't necessarily fall under our lighting standards, but yet want to be together with us to preserve our dark skies, especially for the Grand Canyon. So that's been very interesting and very informative, and hopefully will be very productive as we move forward on that. Second thing I've been involved with, as you know, is one of the 2 representatives from Arizona for the Western Interstate region conference on public lands. We have been working in this administration has requested information on our government account office on Forest Service timber sales and the administration's proposal on that. And I've been working with Jay Smith and others to give a response to make it very clear that we support scientific data and scientific review on forest restoration, including utilizing cutting of our timber and thinning of our forests, and to help us maintain our forest industries, which is very important for us to continue with our large-scale forest restoration projects. But also to please remember the commitment that is being made to do the landscape scale forest restorations that we need, especially here in the West and here in Coconino County for our healthy forests. So I've been working on that. Also, as Supervisor Ontiveros, and this board is aware, we as a community and as a board are looking into the whole or I should say not wildfire, just fire insurance issue. And really appreciate our flood control district bringing forward some of the experts in the area to really to start a community discussion and to provide a community outreach and community knowledge for the full fire insurance. As Supervisor Ontiveros said, we cannot handle this alone, but hopefully we as this board can be part of a discussion in working with the insurance industry, see what we can do for our residents. It's absolutely imperative in order to have a vital community here in the largest ponderosa pine forest in the world. Also, since we're talking about forests and fires, you may have noticed we have the Basin Fire going on. This is in Northwest, about 20 miles northwest here in the Kendrick Peaks area. It is visible from 180. I understand from some friends who were traveling up and down 180 that it was pretty heavy smoke at the time. It was lightning caused. It happens to be in an area that was scheduled for prescribed burns in the future. So they are heavily researching and monitoring this and allowing it to hit certain limits there within the parameters that they had scheduled for prescribed burns for the future, but they're doing it now. So it's important for the public just to be aware that smoke may be heavy at times on 180. I understand there's a pilot car out there to help in case the smoke gets too thick. So, and then, staying in this same vein, today is the rescheduling of the Spruce Wash fire, or I should say, alarm system. It will go off at 1:00, so we can all hopefully hear it from here. This has been something that I know Supervisor Vasquez has been very involved with, is to get a alarm system out there so that we can hear it. And something sometimes which all the other technological announcements, we sometimes don't get there, or we don't have our phone with us, or we're hiking or whatever. So we're really appreciative of our partnership with the city of Flagstaff for these alarms. And some of us remember those times in the Midwest when we had them for various events, especially tornadoes. And it's great we're having that here. And Supervisor Vasquez was also instrumental in making sure that the announcement is given in various languages. I believe it's both in Spanish and Navajo. So moving along, we've also been working with the town of Tusayan, one of my favorite places to go visit, and is also going to have a great event on July 4th, and working with them on their floodplain. They happen to be in an area, as we found out 2 summers ago, that is really subject to torrential flooding, especially in the downtown area, which can close off Highway 64 into the South Rim of the Grand Canyon. So I know our flood control district and others have been working with the town of Tusayan for floodplain and flood mitigation plan in the future. Also, on the same vein, I think there's a method to this madness or something. I have been working with Fort Valley. We had a community meeting in Fort Valley here last week, updating them on the wonderful forest restoration projects that we are working with the Forest Service on the Upper Rio. Very excited to see the work that's going forward on that, to let them know what to expect. And also working with them on, God forbid, if there was an emergency out there, how to prepare, what evacuation code they're in. Our emergency management department was there to provide information. And of course, the flood control district was also there to discuss modeling that's been done and things that we, the county, are looking at in terms of projects for the future. And then we did, Supervisor Vasquez and myself were able to do a tour with Flood Control District along Highway 89 to see some of the wrapping up of our extensive flood mitigation projects. I mean, it's pretty impressive. And in order to limit the disruption on Highway 89, they're actually boring using this technique that's been developed, new technique, to bore under the highway, putting, you probably saw it too, Supervisor Fowler, putting in a 10-foot pipe to help carry that flood water away from Highway 89 to keep that open during our heavy monsoon seasons. Very, very impressive, and very impressive what's been done here in the county, our flood control district, and our private partners on getting the job done for our residents. So really wonderful to see that. And I think I have, last but not least, one of the reasons I couldn't do the Grand Canyon Caverns is that we were there to celebrate with the Museum of Northern Arizona for their annual gala that they have. And as many of us who have been in this community for a really, really long time know how important the Museum of Northern Arizona has been to us as a place of discovery, learning, as a repository for life on the Colorado Plateau, and just for the community building that the Museum of Northern Arizona has done. So I'm going to end it on a happy note. I know we're going to be talking about July 4th in the future. With that, we are 10 minutes to 12. What I would like is for us to take our lunch break now. We're going to come back at 1 o'clock. We have a little event at 1 o'clock, and then we will go forward and finish our agenda. And I'm assuming we're going to get done here about 3 o'clock this afternoon. So it'll be a little shorter meeting than usual. And hope to see you back here at 1 o'clock, members of the board. Anything else I'm missing, County Manager, before we break?
Thank you, Chair Horseman, members of the board. I think we're good. We have a full schedule this afternoon with comprehensive plan. And thank you.
All right. Very good. We're at lunch. back. So, thankfully, our best laid plans are always ruined, but at least we have the folks that we needed here this afternoon. We are here, we're continuing our board meeting. And we have an item that we're going to, as a chair, I am going to just go out of order a little bit and go to 33. We were on round table. And I'm going to cover 33 for county manager regarding community, regional, and administrative matters. And I'll have you open it up, and then I have a few comments to make.
Thank you. Chair Horseman, members of the board, it's my pleasure to open up this item on an update from the county manager regarding possible community, regional, and/or administrative matters. As we know, we have many matters to discuss, but the important matter that we need to discuss today is Lucinda Andriani being here. As we know, Lucinda Andriani just received the Arizona Society of Civil Engineers Impact Award. This has been in celebration with the 100th anniversary celebration for the Arizona Society of Civil Engineers. And who better to get the Impact Award as part of this major celebration than Lucinda Andriani? And mind you, this is the Society of Civil Engineers. It's an engineering award. And I know everyone wants to say a few words, and I'll just say Lucinda has tied administrative, financial, legal, risk management, technical engineering into all of our worlds and advanced so many projects on behalf of our community. So thank you for allowing me to kick this off.
Yeah, thank you for doing that. And if she hadn't shown up at one, there'd be more words. But since she did, I think that it was an incredible award for you to get from the American Society of Civil Engineers. And it was especially poignant because, well, Lucinda's not an engineer. However, in the past 3 years, she and her team at the Flood Control District have overseen the county's massive post-wildfire flood projects, and all needed because of the destruction of our 9 watersheds, pipeline tunnel, and even the museum fire, which really created incredible health and safety risks for our communities across Coconino County. And of course, these mitigation efforts, they were civil engineering wonders. Projects which have involved a number of firsts in the world of civil engineering and flood mitigation. And I know Supervisor Fowler mentioned one earlier today, and that was that plug and seed alluvial fans that was done on forest restoration, which of course was done, which resulted in much less disturbance to our forests. Not to mention the boring a gigantic tunnel under Highway 89 and placing a 10-foot pipes to help carry floodwaters underneath the highway. By doing it this way, it was able to mitigate highway closures and traffic inconvenience by going under instead of over and around. And they used a 10-foot pipe, another first time that a pipe that large has been used in a flood control project here in Arizona. And of course, there's the engineering of that detention basins in the neighborhoods of Parkway, engineered through tightly packed neighborhoods. It's part of the museum fire flood mitigation project. And I think the list can go on and on, but I'm not an engineer either. I just look and I marvel at it all. And I also think it's important for us to acknowledge the care and concern that Lucinda has shown to the public, both during the emergencies themselves and in the evacuations, but also in the public meetings and outreach throughout the almost 3 years now of these mitigation projects. She kept neighborhoods and our communities involved, committed, and informed. Even obtaining the necessary easements through private property as part of large-scale neighborhood mitigations. Not an easy task, needless to say. Supervisor Vasquez and I toured some of the wrap-up of flood mitigation along Highway 89 with Lucinda last week. We literally saw the contractors, all of their equipment, all of these people that were working on this construction project there in people's yards. And they had the trucks, they had so much going on, the noise, the dust, you name it. And yet these people were allowing their homes to be used and their backyards to be used as a staging area, again, because they understood through the information provided by Lucinda and the Flood Control District that this temporary inconvenience was necessary to get the job done for this neighborhood mitigation project. And it's amazing, amazing. In less than 3 years since these fires, the county and the Flood Control District, with Lucinda's leadership, has been able to obtain over $100 million in flood control mitigation funding. Of course, we had some great help with 2 senators and a congressman from our area that really, really rode to our aid and really got it done. And also the work with the city, the state, our private partners, engineers, contractors to accomplish these massive flood control projects. Now it's hard to believe, but it's nearing completion, and the people in these affected area and their children are able to sleep easy, even when it rains. And that's an incredible accomplishment. The Flood Control District, Coconino County, and our residents should be very proud of the work that's been done. And we appreciate under your leadership. So I want to thank you, Lucinda, congratulate you on the award. I think we all recognize how well-deserved it is. You make the county proud and you make our community safer. So we really, really appreciate that. We really want to honor you here in recognizing the great work that you've done. And I know I have some colleagues here that want to be heard as well, and then we'll hear from you. Members of the board, other comments? Supervisor Fowler.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna be going up next. Thank you, Lucinda. Thank you, family. Thank you for being here. And Lucinda, it's just amazing what you've done through the years. I think about my colleagues that I've served with on this board, and I know they would like to thank you as well. Former supervisors, Liz Archuleta, Mandy Metzger, Carl Taylor, who's an engineer, Jim Parks, and Art Babbitt. We all served with you, worked with you since 2010. And 2010, when flood district happened, it was so chaotic. We just didn't know what was going to happen. We didn't know what we were dealing with. We didn't know the situation to the extent that it was going to go. And you and the staff were able to organize and decide how it was going to be done. And, Stephanie Yard came in from Natural Channels with her proposal on a alluvial fin, which we didn't even know what that was. She had to describe it to us with her hand, saying, this is how naturally it runs. So, and that's what was adopted thanks to you and Supervisor Archuleta and Mandy really working close together. And then we had to convince the state and the federal government that we needed help, and they needed to change some laws to be able to help here. And which you all accomplished, we all accomplished, because we have had many trips to DC during that time just to tell our story. And our story resonated across the country and gave us the ability to be able to do the work that it needed to happen. Prior to this 2010, we were actually looking at other places where the projects were going to take place along Highway 89, right downtown on Beaver Street. We parked right there, and we're 8 feet under the water there. If there was a fire on the west side and it went down into Flagstaff, Mudds Park, those are projects that were going to be, it was all prioritized. But with the 2010 Schultz fire, that became a priority because it went right into the neighborhood. We didn't know what the extent that was going to take place. But with your ability to organize, which like you did with the campaign as a public works director with the Proposition 403, we were able to get that through for the road projects across Coconino County as well as Navajo Nation and Hopi. And we were able to do that. But with your ability to organize and working with these engineers, we're able to get, we're now known across the country, known as a project that is as county that knows what it's doing. And our projects have become the symbol of how to do in the country. Did a lot of homework, and just the spotlight that came to Coconino County is just amazing. Now visits are made here as an example and an educational tool for others to use. So I just want to thank you. And, and then into the future, now we've opened up the other part that has always been there with 2010 to now, it's even spread even more, is the homeowner's insurance. Now we're having to do, a educational series as to how we're going to be approaching that. But that's an issue across the country as well. But with your leadership and your guidance with your staff, we've been able to make the right decisions from the Board of Supervisors. And like I said, at the awards, we stand on the shoulders of these engineers that have always worked with us. And I just want to thank you for your leadership in this disaster recovery and being able to reassure, to make sure that the county is safe, public is safe, we save money, and we're able to bring in millions and millions of dollars for restoration. We've always wondered how we're going to pay for it. And then you come walking in saying, we got this grant. It's so amazing. So thank you so much. Just want to thank you. And I know that all the others will be thanking you and the communities. So thank you as well. So thank you. And thanks for to your family for their patience, because you're gone a lot and just having to put up with us. Thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Lucinda, congratulations. It is well earned to have endured and gone through all the trials and tribulations that our county has gone through and that you've been at the head of for several years with the flood control district projects. It's pretty amazing what was accomplished. I remember sitting here 3 years ago, and you pitched to us $150 million is what it was going to take to fix the mountain. Well, we're looking under budget and we're quicker than expected, and that has a lot to do with your leadership, your tenacity and persistence and resilience to adjust as things change, because there's a lot of things have changed over the last 3 years. But the previous experience from Schultz was applied masterfully, and that's why you got this award. And so thank you. Thank you, everybody on the team that helped contribute to that, because we know, it's never an individual effort. It's all the team that built around, but your leadership made that happen. And so thank you for your work, because that is a huge legacy for Coconino County, and those people are safe. And those were difficult conversations with residents to get easements. Each watershed took like between 20 and 25 private property owners to give up easements to allow channels through their neighborhoods. And there were 9 watersheds. There were a lot of angry folks. I remember going to meetings where Lucinda and I were, yelled at because people were mad and people were scared and people were concerned about eating dinner in their kitchen and hearing boulders running towards their living room, and so the work that was done changed lives. You changed lives. So thank you. Thank you for all your dedication and all your hard work to the county. And we that have learned from you over these times look forward to continue that legacy on after you finally retire. Thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
I think all my colleagues are bringing up stuff that they're just crossing out of here. But I just want to say thank you, Lucinda, for you and your staff, and certainly the administration and the board, for really working together to get things done. They always say for some reason it takes a woman to do a job, get it done. So, but anyway, Andy goes. But anyway, I just want to say thank you. And I've seen the work, within the past 4 years that we've been on the board. Plus, I think that, it took a lot of time away from home. It took a lot of traveling. It took a lot of hill visits and just really talking to everyone that you can think of. I'm certain that there's were late, some nights that you couldn't sleep and thinking, what else can we do and how can we go about this? But you always had someone to talk to. So, and then and your staff, you have a very excellent staff, and all of this work that was done is really for the safety of the people that are experiencing the fires and the floods, and loss of homes if there were any, all this stuff that that people have gone through. And now, I think we did a lot as a board, being an aggressive board. I think we really went forth with it in the last 3-4 years that we just kind of ramrodded a lot of things, even, just going really fast forward. So I just want to thank this current board too, for really being there for the administration and using our mouths, more so than we sometimes did. But, it took everybody. It took everybody to really work together just to get it done. So I'm very proud of you. And it seems that you always have a solution to something. Even you got stuck with something small, you already knew what to do with it and how to go about it. And learning all your policies, procedures, and manuals, any kind of manual there is. I know that, you've done your homework, and that's how you came to be the recipient of this award. And I'm so thankful that you're the one that got it. So thank you so much, Lucinda. There's a lot more that we could say and, do, but, we just wanted you to be here. And our board chair here was saying, where is she? Where is she? I said, she probably just said, it's just Patrice. So, so anyway, thank you, Lucinda, from the bottom of my heart, to your staff, for making this happen, plus the administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start by saying I really appreciated the comments from my fellow supervisors for kind of the history, because I wasn't here for that. As you know, I've been termed as the new kid on the block. So I appreciate that history. And I'll tell you, there just is not much I can say. But I do appreciate that when I got on that you did take me on the tour and you showed me the work that had been done and talked to me about the history of how we had gotten there. And so I appreciate that very much. And I also am looking forward to a tour. You told me you'd take me on another one when it was all complete. So I'm looking forward to that. There's not much I can say. I mean, it has been set up here, and I so much concur with the comments that I have been involved in. And so here we are with all of this post-fire flooding mitigation being completed. And now is an opportunity that I am going to get to start working with you as we start moving into a new phase in the flood mitigation prioritization. So I'm going to get an opportunity now to work with you hand in hand on that, and I'm looking forward to doing that. So let me just end with congratulations on receiving this award, Lucinda.
Lucinda. He's almost as tall as you are now, Lucinda.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Kim. I really want to thank Supervisor Fowler came to the event Saturday, which was really sweet. And there was actually a very sweet moment when a gentleman recognized her from when was that amazing? Yeah, he had actually engineered the newer Navajo bridge that crosses the Colorado up at Lee's Ferry or Marble Canyon. And he said, I remember you. And anyway, it was really a sweet story he told. So she had been Representative Senator McCain at that time at that event. Anyway, it actually ended up being a very sweet event. You never know with the engineers how they're going to manage those social kind of events. And it actually ended up being very touching, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. Everybody told great stories. So, but I accepted the award on behalf of the team because we have just an amazing team, phenomenal team. And one of the key cornerstones to that team has been Sean Puyama. Sean has just done, a tremendous job supporting every aspect of all the projects and supporting me and everybody else on the team. The relationships he's developed with our funders, managing the funding and all the dynamics. Just, pretty amazing work that you've done, Sean, and thank you. But we're really fortunate, as you pointed out, Supervisor, when we went into this, and Andy knows well, and Bill knows well, when we went into this in 2010, we knew nothing, and we were on a very, very steep learning curve, and there were a lot of painful processes that we had to learn and go through, and we couldn't have gotten to where we are now as quickly as we did this time, just over 2 years from getting the money, having accomplished, a massive amount of work, and knock on wood, no accidents, and achieving, we will have conveyance in the last corridor by the end of this week. And the pipe under the highway is done. They've demobed that horizontal boring is demobed, and all that's left there now is the crane. But so just an amazing achievement. But all of that, as I said on Saturday, was based on the foundation that the board provided, that the board provided the leadership and was willing, God bless, Carl Taylor said, we need a risk mitigation plan. And Bill will remember, I remember I was driving to Phoenix and I came up with the list of what are we going to do to mitigate those risks, and then called his predecessor and then also worked with Bill on that. And he, and we implemented those mitigation measures that risk mitigation measures that Carl brought up. So every member of the board has been so supportive and been willing to step out there and help people and really support people with being able to live in their homes again. I mean, this is about the board for public safety, and it's about public safety. That's what this is. That's what the work we do. And so, we've got a few more things we need to accomplish out there, and the work still goes on. I was on the phone yesterday with NRCS and DC, and, the work processes go on, but, we've accomplished a lot together as a really incredible team. And thank you for all your support, for the recognition. Appreciate it.
Yes. And if, wait, okay, never mind. Very beautiful. We actually have a couple more things too, if we can, just real quick. But yes, those are beautiful. You may want to hold them for just a minute, Cindy. And first and foremost, you missed the Auditor General here, and you need to know, Sean, you need to know this. Their total federal expenditures were over $60 million this last year. There was not one finding. They did 71% tested of the federal grants, and 71%, and there were no findings. So that speaks volumes of you and your team, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah.
And
Thanks go to Sean and Courtney on that. And that has been a very challenging process, and kudos go to them for managing that. And I think we've got a lot of good systems in place and
Yeah, I do too.
now,
So-
which is good.
And Carrie wants to say a few words, and Theo, we want you to know we got cupcakes after this. So after this, we will go in there and get some pictures and have some cupcakes and enjoy your flowers. The board wanted to acknowledge the great achievement. So
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me one moment of a family story, because we really are proud of Lucinda. And I'm going to speak for Theo too. So I got to Theo's childcare center, and he was directing all the kids in the sandbox as they were doing flood mitigation. So
On to the next.
Oh,
generation.
Theo. That's Theo. Okay.
Well, so like we have finished a couple other projects. Yep. Of flood mitigation. So like I see that we might, that's all I need to say.
And that's all we've needed to say too. Let's get some pictures and some cupcakes and
Yeah, the big pipe. That's what they were talking about. Thank you so much. Let's get a photo. Oh, how beautiful those are. Thank
I had to use the big gavel. And I know Lena's out there, so hopefully somebody can grab her. So are we on? We are back from that nice celebration, and we are going to go forward with our agenda. We have lots of good work that needs to be done still. And we were, as you know, doing roundtable, and we were on number 33. And County Manager, do you have anything else to present?
Nothing else to report, particularly in the interest of time, and I see our community development staff is here to present the comprehensive plan.
All right, if that is the case, I'm assuming that we have nothing for 31, nothing for 32, and we are going to go, is that correct? And we're going to go directly now to item number 30. We're going back on our agenda. We've finished with roundtable items. And this is a presentation and discussion regarding a draft update, the Coconino County Comprehensive Plan. And I see Melissa Shaw is here with her, with Jess. And these two have just been all over this county, hearing back from our community on the comprehensive plan. So we look forward to hearing from them as well. So please take it away, Melissa.
Good afternoon and thank you. Chair Horseman and Supervisors, is this on? I think it's on. No. Okay, thank you. All right, yes, thank you. Well, we don't have cupcakes for this event, but we'll try and make this at least somewhat interesting. So yeah, we are excited to be here though, in spite of not having cupcakes, because this is an important phase in the update process for the county's comprehensive plan. And I saw a few other people here who are now out in the lobby, but they've made contributions to this process, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But I just like to show this slide because as a reminder that the comprehensive plan addresses the entirety of Coconino County and all of the private land within that. The current plan was adopted in 2015, so it's coming up on the 10-year mark. And by statute, we must update this plan every 10 years. So we began in January of 2023 with a scoping process. And through that process, we learned quite a bit about what how the current plan works, what maybe didn't work, and what we should focus on during the update. So this slide actually, I do want to talk a bit about the process before I get into the content of this slide. You may remember after we started in January of 2023, we brought a public participation plan to the board that was approved. Again, that's something that is required by statute, that we have an adopted public participation plan. We formed what we call a core planning team made up of mostly county staff, but as well, we included other key members of our local planning community. We then with them, we did a lot of public outreach and workshops and survey work to do our background research and really learn what the key issues were that the plan needed to address. And then we moved into another phase where all of you invited 10 members to form the Comprehensive Plan Advisory Group. And that was made of 10 residents from around the county. And we have one of our members here today, Laura Hunicke, and she will be available at the end of the presentation to answer any questions you may have of her about her perspective of being on the advisory group. And then the advisory group, they completed the draft review in April of this year. So we are now in the process of the 60-day public review, and that's why we're excited to be at this place. But wanted to kind of go back a little bit and show you what we learned during all that initial outreach. We started with about 29 different focus groups around the county, as well as open houses. And we asked people what their issues were, what their needs and concerns were. And through that process, then we organized and learned from a lot of different people what their primary needs were. And you can see on the left that those results are actually from a follow-up survey that Global Local Vision did for the county. They did a presentation to you about a year ago with the results of that survey and came up with, and it was a statistically valid telephone survey. So it What it did, it confirmed a lot of what we heard during our initial, more informal outreach efforts, that managing growth was a very important issue. Drought and water availability is also an important issue and topic that this plan should address. Infrastructure, that relates to a lot of different types of infrastructure needs. This slide says affordable housing, but when we say affordable housing, we want to make it clear it's not just affordable housing in the technical term of affordable housing, but it is just attainable housing and it is accessible housing. It's access to housing. Wildfires and flooding, following up on the last presentation that we heard, that's an important issue across the county for residents, and then the cost of living. So these were some of the main issues that we learned during the outreach. And then just some more refined takes on issues that the plan needs to address. We heard time and time again from different communities that they are looking for connections, not just to each other, but a way to connect with the county government, but also for community hubs, resiliency centers. When we were out in Fredonia, for example, we heard from them, please don't wait 10 years to come back to talk to us. So there's that need, that's interest from these remote parts of the county to connect with different opportunities. Impacts from tourism came up a lot. So we've learned that people in the county value the benefits that tourism brings to the economy, but also there are impacts that have become a bit more acute and that maybe this plan could help to address in the way that we could with land use choices. Similarly, then support for small businesses. That's not a new issue, but it did come up with a lot of the work that we learned. And there are different and some new ways that the plan can actually provide some support for small businesses. Rural transit, again, not a new issue, but it is still coming up as something that people are looking for opportunities and different ways to commute back into the more populated areas. Digital access, I think you all are familiar with the county's support for the broadband plan. That is something that would actually provide a lot of benefits throughout, and this plan then does recognize that and also provides support for expanded digital access across the county. And then finally, economic resilience. And one of the things we heard is the need, and this is a bit of a more esoteric type of issue, but we do know that there is an interest in providing different kinds of opportunities so that we can retain different generations within the county so that younger people don't need to leave to find those economic opportunities. And that's definitely something that is fairly wide. It's not necessarily within the scope of a comprehensive plan or a land use plan, but it can tie into this to some respect. And so just again, to remind you where we are, and we'll emphasize this again several times during our talk today, but so we are in the middle of the 60-day review. We have a draft plan. It is out there for public comment. And there are numerous ways how people can review and comment on the plan. The plan is available online, of course, digitally for anyone who can view it that way, going right into the document and providing comments very easily right in the digital version. We have print copies available at all of the remote library branches. If people, any residents wanted to walk in and just read a print copy. We're having open houses. We've already had 3 open houses, and our next one is next Monday, up at the Fort Valley Lodge on Snowball Road. So that's at 5 o'clock. Our final open house will be at the Tuba City Library on June 26th, and that's from 2 to 4 p.m. daylight savings time if anyone chooses to go up there for that. And then we'll have an online webinar the last week of the open house, July 15th. So the public review. So the review period began May 19th and will conclude July 18th. We've done some radio advertising. We've done some newsletters. We've done an article in the report to community. So, and all of you have access to this flyer. I put some more flyers over by the door, and if you all have an opportunity to share these with your contacts, that would be really appreciated. And then.
When you said the Fort Valley Lodge, you mean the Snowball Lodge at the base? Is
That's
that
right.
Okay,
Mhm.
thanks.
I call it the Fort Valley Lodge. I believe that's what they're calling it now, but it is maybe known more familiarly as the Snowball Lodge. And so this is a graphic, and we're always looking for feedback on this, but it's where we've landed with this today. And this is really it shows several concepts. It shows the wide net of input that goes into developing the plan on that very outer ring. But what it's really intended to show is the relation of the comprehensive plan to other plans and ordinances in the county. So the comprehensive plan is shown at the kind of the top orbit there. And what that does then, it directly influences amendments to the comprehensive plan, which would be any of the area plans, the regional land use plan, the Flagstaff regional plan, and then the joint land use study. So those are amendments to the comprehensive plan. The ordinances that are aligned and that are directly influenced by the comprehensive plan are the zoning ordinance and the subdivision ordinance. So that is important to remember because, just for example, the current 2015 comprehensive plan specifically identified adopting a utility scale ordinance, a utility scale renewable energy ordinance. And that was a direct result of being identified in the comprehensive plan and was then pursued, and we adopted an ordinance. So that is, again, showing a direct relationship to the comprehensive plan. Yeah, everything else on the outer circle is in conformance, but they also inform the comprehensive plan. So they are not necessarily required or directly driven by the comprehensive plan, but we wanted to also show that we worked with almost every other department in the county to provide input onto those different specific topic areas, and as well as looking at the goals and policies in terms of how this plan can support those endeavors and those projects, and then vice versa. So there's a lot to this. It's a bit text heavy, but we wanted to make sure that this time the plan had a graphic representation of the relationship of the plan to other ordinances, particularly the county. So the next slide, and we wanted to just kind of get you a bit familiar with the new features of the comprehensive plan and the structure of it and how it will work. It's not dramatically different from the 2015 plan, but there are some new things that we would like to bring to your attention. So there is a new section specifically addressing housing, and that is in a chapter that we called Resilient Economies and Housing. So that is highlighted now in the plan. It is not in our current plan that way. We were able to put together projections on water demand, and that actually is a requirement by state statute that we have these. We have quite a few new and updated maps, and you'll see those as we get further into the process. But the one of the maps that we were actually fairly excited about, and maybe this is just a planner thing, but we have a map that we've called existing land use patterns. And what it does show is the different land use patterns within the county, including how the assessor's office identifies ranches or lands that are being used as ranch lands. So when you really look at that, you can see that a vast majority of the private land, which is what this plan applies to, is used for ranching. So that's something new. And then with that, then we have smaller zoomed in maps that will show the areas of commercial zoning, basically, and commercial land uses. So you'll be able to look at places like up in Cameron, as well as down in Kachina, Village Mountain Air, over in Valley, and kind of see at a glance where those specialized areas are of what we're calling employment areas. So that's just a new visual representation. We do have we have some detailed information about communities, and we call them community assessment reports, or CARS for short. When we went out to do the focus groups, we put together, it was almost like a mini version of the background information of the plan for each community. So we talked about the population, we talked about the services available, we talked about the land uses. for each of the communities that we talk to. And those are available. We will have them on, we have them on the website because it's something that if you wanted to go in and say, look at some more information about this, the profile of Valley in 2020, you can pull that up and get an idea of what the community of Valley looked like. So it's a little bit of a jump start, possibly on getting an area plan started, but a very basic level of information. So that will be part of the plan as well. And then in terms of content, then we have an implementation plan. There is an implementation plan in the 2015 plan. This time around, it's been prioritized. And we also have numbered it specifically to relate back to a goal or policy and vice versa. So when you look at a goal or policy, if there's an action item that is related to that, you'll be able to go to that table and see how that could be implemented if that's adopted in that way, and then vice versa. So for some organizational changes, the plan, we're proposing that the plan be organized into 3 main sections. And these are sections that we learned about when we did the survey work and the outreach, because it came up that there were basically 3 main themes that were driven by common values. So the natural environment, diverse communities and cultures, and then we also had the rural lifestyle theme was important to become one of the major headers in this plan. Just changing organizationally, the goals and policies are grouped at the end of each chapter. And then we have a lot of additional detailed appendices that will provide a bunch of information if anyone is interested in seeing some more existing conditions analysis, communities of the county, and then all the focus group notes. So this is the table of contents that illustrates the proposed structure of the plan, including those 3 main sections: the quality of rural lifestyle, stewards of the natural environment, and diverse communities and services. And you can see the different chapters and how they're grouped under those. The chapters with the asterisk are required by statute, and you can see that the county has chosen to elaborate and actually include additional topics that are not necessarily required but are important to the communities.
Can I ask you a question on the projections on water demand? Does that mean that you have an idea of how much water is there? Or are you just projecting for the future?
We were able to fortunately work with and utilize data from the Coconino Plateau Water Advisory Group and the Technical Advisory Committee that they have, and use the tables and the data that they have as far as existing use. And so we know how much water is being used, and we're able to then project that out for the next 20 years.
So not how much water is available, but I mean, I know that there's a Department of Water and resources are supposed to be working on that. And I just wondered, is that done?
It's not done yet.
Okay,
And that's
okay.
why we went in this direction and utilized, fortunately, the data that was available to us through that group. Realizing I believe that ADWR is projected to finish that sometime this year.
I was excited. I thought maybe it was done. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And I just wanted to show a bit of the details on the different value and vision statements that were identified through this process for the different sections. And just to point out that these are very similar to and complement the recently adopted board version of your mission values. I believe that they're called community engagement strategies. So the values and mission that the board recently adopted, these are very similar to those. They're a little bit more elaborate, but the rural lifestyle, and I won't read through each of these, but you'll see that we do have specific community values and really specific vision statements that go with each of these. So the rural lifestyle, it does focus on county economy, diverse, accessible housing, and basically all that goes into supporting a rural lifestyle that the community still really very much values. There's one of the other sections is diverse communities and services. And this really is driven by inclusivity and respect and honoring all the communities, people, land, and cultures through this county. This is a very large and diverse county, and that it was brought out during all of the work that we did. So this chapter, this section includes a pretty robust chapter on community services, and that's everything from flood control to public safety to forest restoration and all the other community services that the county provides, as well as cultural community character and the diverse communities. So there was a lot to this, and it's actually probably one of the larger sections of the plan. The natural environment, of course, is still one of the central focuses of the plan, and pretty simple value statement. We are stewards of the land and natural environment. And the different chapters in this would be Parks and Recreation, the natural environment chapter. We have the sustainability and resiliency chapter, and also water resources are kind of grouped into this section. And this just shows you an example of how the goals and policies are written a bit differently than the current plan. So today, the plan has 66 goals and 386 policies. The goals have been streamlined somewhat. Right now, the count is 58 goals and 179 policies. That was one of the top priorities that we heard when we did the scoping. These could be streamlined possibly more. We'll see what kind of comments we have during the 60-day review. So just a little bit of an introduction in terms of the number of goals and policies. And then you can see this is actually right out of land use. Number one goal in land use, maintain the county's very culture's rural character and resilient lifestyle. And right next to that is an implementation strategy, number 50. So you could then flip to the implementation plan and see what that looks like. And then for some of the goals and some of the policies, we've given some additional details, where if the goal or policy perhaps needed some more explanation, some more depth, this was a way to provide that. So reading the plan in 5 years, hopefully will be really clear what that was intended to convey. And just here's a snapshot out of the implementation plan to see then vice versa. And the number, there are 50 implementation action items proposed today. And then we identify the section that it's in, the chapter, and then the detail on the strategy or the action. And then the first one would be identify and conduct a countywide housing needs assessment, just for example. And then you can read over and see which goal or policy that would implement. And then this happens to be one of the high priority items. And so in terms of what is next, as we've already talked about, we are in the middle of the 60-day review, and that will conclude on July 18th. After that, then we will take those comments, look at them, and analyze them, probably bring them back to you all so you have an idea of what those were. We may need to reconvene the advisory group if some major decisions need to be made about changes. And then we are hoping to begin public hearings in the fall with the Planning and Zoning Commission in September. And then depending on their recommendation and how that goes, we could bring it back to you in October. And it does really, it is dependent on the 60-day review and the kinds of comments that we have. To date, we're almost halfway through the public review, the 60-day review. We have over 40 comments, and we'll be seeing what else we get during the open houses. But also want to mention that as this is going on, then the technical editing is almost done. So as you read the plan, if you see typographical errors or grammatical errors, those are being fixed right now. And then also the design work is taking place. So we will have a laid out design plan ready for public hearings. And just as a preview, here's the cover that we're looking at. And I actually do have a little copy of it here in terms of how that will be laid out. But I do want to also mention that I think Jay Smith was here, but he's not here anymore. Laura Hunicke, again, a member of our Comprehensive Plan Advisory Group, is here to answer any questions you may have about her perspective from being on that. And of course, we'll answer any questions that you might have. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Really appreciate it, Melissa. And Laura, thank you for being here and also for your service on this comprehensive plan. I have to say that when I first got on the board and they started talking about the fact that we were going to have to do this comprehensive plan, and I took a look at the current plan and I thought, this is so overwhelming. How in the world is it possible to get this done? And I think we've seen, it took an incredible amount of organization, incredible amount of input, incredible amount of dedication from our community members, working together to help build our community for 2045. And I really want to thank the great job you have done, and Jess and your team, and Laura, you and all of the community members that have kind of stepped up, as well as so many people that have come to these open houses. I would highly recommend anybody out there listening or anybody who has not attended, please go to one of these open houses. So informative and interesting, and to hear what community members are thinking. So I really highly encourage, we're getting down towards the end, and so I highly encourage folks to really come out and take part in some of these community meetings. So thank you so much for your really hard work on this. And wow, he's even got a cover page to it. That's pretty exciting. So thank you. Other comments, questions, members of the board? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair. One quick question. So I really do like things streamlined, as you know, and you indicated that there's 58 goals, 179 policies, and you thought you might be able to streamline that more. Is that being optimistic? Do you think it might, without, what I mean, without missing something? Or
There's always optimism. There could be, we can look at them even further and possibly reduce some redundancy. That's where I see the opportunity to really streamline, so we don't lose what's important, because really looking at this there, and that is why we provided some additional detail information to a goal or a policy, because there's a lot, when you think about a policy, there's a lot of thought that goes behind it, and having additional detail that describes what that actually means is a way to, I guess, further enhance policy. But the county is vast, and there are a lot, and the county provides a lot of different types of services. So I understand that, by streamlining too much, we don't want to miss anything. We don't want to lose the focus on an important aspect of the plan. So I don't see a lot of additional streamlining, but that's could be just my eyes.
Okay. And I agree with you that probably redundancy would probably be really the only place that would be able to allow further streamlining. So because I do like that, because sometimes you hear, actually it's kind of going to Chair Horstman's comments, like, this is the plan, it is so big and so vast. And so I appreciate just the streamlining that has already taken place. Like, the current plan has 386 policies, and that got streamlined to 179. That's huge. Yeah. And the current plan, 66 goals, streamlined to 58, because the goals are the larger ones, so they couldn't be brought down that much. But I mean, I just want to say that I do appreciate having that done. And Laura, I will thank you for your service on the advisory committee. And as you know, I've been watching this like it's like a baby, from when we started talking about it. I was involved in the 2015 one. So it's interesting watching how this grows. So thank everyone for all their work. I know it's a team, so pass that appreciation along to everybody, please.
Other comments? Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Very cool to get to this point, because I agree with my colleague. I remember 3 years ago when we looked at the timelines, and it's like, wow, that's a long process. So to get to this point now is really exciting. The key issues when you were going through your presentation was really interesting. I would have thought cost of living would be a little higher than managing growth, but it seems like that's what our county, at least in the rural areas, what's more important or what's emerging, and that's important. And what I appreciate about these plans are this is the playbook for the future. So for the next 10 years, right now it's this board, but for any board that's making these decisions in Coconino County, this is the playbook on how to make those decisions and justify it, either for or against whatever decision they're making. But what's in this document is what helps them justify that decision. And so it's really important. And over the 4 years as a supervisor through the different land use hearings that we've done, this document in its previous version and the area plans, that was what got us through to make the decisions that we made. And so it's really important that this document has the community's voice in it. And we try to respect that as much as possible and reflect that as much as possible. But at the end of the day, it's the decision of the current board that's using this to make decisions to decide how to use it. And I thought, just think that with this presentation on where we're at, it's really important to remind folks that this is a plan and has real use that we will use over the next 10 years to make decisions as a county. So thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Begay?
Thank you, Melissa, Jess, Laura. Thank you for being here. And I know that your staff has really worked hard in getting information together, and knowing that one of the at one time you were doing a couple, one at Donny Park, and I believe at Antelope Hills, you were doing getting gathering together. So I enjoyed being there because there's a vast knowledge or vast need out there that the people bring up, and then it's up to you guys to streamline it and see where it fits or how you're going to address that. So that's a task in itself. So I just want to say thank you, and so looking forward to the maybe one or two places again. I know you've got a lot of places to meet with people again, and so it's good. It's good information that you can get, and and I didn't realize that 10 years was already up and going again. It's really fast, that these days just fly by. But thank you for all the work that you do. Certainly, just like my colleagues are saying, it's something that we can work with. So it's going to be a plan that we have to follow. We would have to follow or amend, and whatever needs to happen, that's something, at least we have that. So thank you so much.
Supervisor Fowler?
Yeah, thank you. Over the years, I've noticed that the comprehensive plan is a really important document that is used not only by Coconino County, but our neighbors, our federal agencies, the state, and tribes. So, and this year, you're really tightening it up, even the language, and going to more communities than we've done in the past. So I think it's really great. And then, when we talk about the county and we have community assessment plans, we have for the health and communities, and then it all aligns. It comes back out to the same, like how communities, I think that connection is from that COVID. Everyone still feels isolated. And so I hear that in the community. How do we come back together? And that connectivity is so important. Community hubs have not restarted yet. So I see that in here. So that's where our community meetings are really important. And I'm really happy to see that they're bringing that out. And then resiliency, the centers, those are communities are still trying to recover. We're still in that recovery transition stage. And tourism, we all know tourism is so important, but we want it to be a managed tourism as well. When we're talking about tourism, making sure that our public lands are safe and they're well managed, and making sure that businesses are able to do business with the tourism. And because our main revenue in our area is tourism. So I'm really happy to see that. And then rural transit, we have so many people that are hitchhiking to work. We keep hearing that time and time again, taking 2 hours just to hitchhike to work and back. That is a long, that's a huge commitment just to feed your family and not being able to afford to where you're going to be hitchhiking to where you work. You cannot afford it. So you have to go home again. So this really is really important to see that everything is really connecting to what we hear in the community. Digital access, broadband, we've been working on that. It's so important. We just had a meeting at the north, at Jacob Lake, and that's what came out there again too, broadband and lack of connectivity for our law enforcement, our first responders, and not being able to have fire department nearby. So this is really important document. I'm really happy that our communities are taking it seriously. Want to thank our those that are volunteering to be on the committee, and economic resiliency and economic development, and really looking at the next generations. How are they we gonna keep them here? I keep hearing from the ranchers, how do we keep our children to hold on to the ranches? That is one thing that we have heard here since I've been elected into office, and you still hear that here. And that's something that is families are really wanting to keep their families together and keep their businesses going. So I just want to thank you for your work and just really reflect all the things that we're hearing from the board in our communities. So anyway, in my communities, and I know it comes out across the county, not just here. It just it's across the country. These are the same concerns. So I just want to thank you for your work, and then all the meetings that you're holding and you've had. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other closing comments? Otherwise, great job. Probably see you Monday, and look forward to getting this proceeding and getting it finalized. So, and I know we know this, and I've known you told us, but I don't remember. When is the area plan, that Flagstaff area plan, going to the voters?
Great question. The Flagstaff Regional Land Use Plan is getting finalized and ready for public hearings. And so kind of answering that question first, right now it is anticipated to go to the Flagstaff voters in May of 2026, but backing up from there, we're anticipating that it will go to the city initially for public hearings. And what we're proposing is that we have the comprehensive plan go through our public hearing process and then bring the Flagstaff Regional Land Use Plan back to public hearing with the county.
Good.
So then it will be adopted in that sequence as an amendment. Remember, it's an amendment to the comprehensive plan. I keep saying that, but I'll keep saying it. So
Thank you. Thank you.
very
That
much
makes
for the
sense.
question. And thank you all for the time. Yeah.
Absolutely. Any other comments, closing comments? Otherwise, thank you again. Let's get it done.
We're always happy to answer questions, and just wanted to encourage everybody to pick up a flyer. Shameless promotion here. Come to our open houses, make comments, and then again, Laura's here if you've got any questions for her. Thank you.
All right. Oops. Thanks again. Thank you again, Laura, for being with us. So, we have, I believe, and the county manager's left us. So that's it. We're done. No. So I do understand that we have concluded this meeting. We are going to end this meeting, adjourn this meeting, and then we are going to re-adjourn a new special meeting. There was error with the agenda, so we have corrected it through a second agenda and second meeting. And am I correct on that? Very good. All right, very good. That's why we did it for after 2. So we are going to adjourn this meeting at 2:22, and we are going to call our new meeting at 2:23. How's that? So this meeting is adjourned. Talk amongst yourself for a minute. Do you? Okay. Okay, go ahead. Sure. All right. Okay, you guys, you go around.
Good, so.
Is the special session meeting, Tuesday, June 10th, 2025, Coconino County Board of Supervisors. Our first order of business is call to order. And my name is Patrice Horseman. I am a supervisor for District 1 and chair of the governing board, District 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm Jeronimo Vasquez, supervisor for District 2 and current vice chair.
District 3.
Good afternoon, everyone. Tammy Ontiveros, District 3.
And troublemaker from District 4.
Yeah, good afternoon, and thank you for being here. And Judy B. Gay, District 4 Supervisor.
District 5.
Lena Fowler.
All right. So good afternoon, and it's wonderful to have so many people attending our board meeting this afternoon. It's a very important reason that we are here, and we've re-adjourned a new meeting for a proclamation, consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating June 19th, 2025 as Juneteenth. And we know there's a number of celebrations that will be going on and events going on for Juneteenth. And we're looking forward to getting an overview of those events and looking forward to the gala. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to either a county manager or.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. Members of the board, here to present is Krista Cedillo, our Human Resources Director, and here with Krista to read the proclamation, a woman who needs no introduction, Ms. Deb Harris.
All right, very good. Thank you. And Ms. Deb, always good to see you. Thanks for being with us today.
No problem. Excuse my voice. I'm still trying to get rid of something. I'm not sure what. I'm not contagious, so don't worry about that. I've already been told I'm not. Whereas the Coconino County Board of Supervisors joins residents and local governments across the country and celebrating June 19th, 2025 as Juneteenth, a day of empowerment and resilience of Black Americans who have endured generations of oppression in the journey toward equal rights and opportunities in America. And whereas on June 19th, 1865, Union Army General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, and presented General Order Number 3, announcing that all enslaved people were now free, more than 2 years after the issuance of the Emancipation Proclamation. And whereas from that day forward, June 19th has been a day of celebration, prayer, and reflection focused on the history, adversities, and victories of Black Americans throughout the United States. And whereas June 19th became known as Juneteenth and is the oldest known celebration honoring the end of slavery in the United States, honoring the end of bondage, and the resolve of human spirit. And whereas June 19th reminds us of the promise of freedom, equality, and opportunity, and serves as a reminder of the further progress we must make toward racial equity. And whereas in 2021, Juneteenth was established as a federal holiday, solidifying the understanding of our nation and its people. And whereas Juneteenth recognizes the ongoing fight for human rights and equality and is commemorated through family cookouts, faith services, musical performances, and storytelling. And whereas we welcome the commemoration of June 19th as a day of reflection to honor the progress we have made, acknowledge how far we still have to go, and renew our commitment to building a community vision for advancing justice, diversity, and equity for all people in Coconino County and beyond. Do I read this last part? Okay. Thank you.
And I know that members of the board are going to have comments to make, and I know we need to hear about all the wonderful events. But before we do that, I'm going to ask for a motion and a vote, or I forget. So I'm going to ask for a motion to designate Juneteenth on June 19th, 2025.
So moved.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second on our proclamation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. The proclamation has been passed. And at this point, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the board members for comments, and then we'd love to hear about the events that are coming forward. So
I know there are other people here, and there are lots of events going on for the whole month of June. And so I'm really excited that our community, our entire community, is celebrating Juneteenth. And this is a historic time for us because, to my memory, and I've been here over 30 years, we have not had this many activities going on in the month of June for Juneteenth. And so I'm really excited. And most of that can be accredited to the county for all of their support in making a lot of this happen. So let me tell you a little bit about what the Southside Community Association is doing. Of course, there is a walking tour of the South Side on Thursday, and that's to inform people about the Green Book places. So for some of you who may not know, the Green Book was a book that was put together back probably in the 40s, maybe even earlier, to help to help people when they were traveling from the South to the North, because they were safe places for them to stop. And I'll take a moment of personal privilege and talk about just a little bitty story. When I was a child, about 5 or 6 years old, which was probably in the late, well, we won't say, but anyway, I can remember my mother waking us up in the middle of the night and putting us in a car, and they were driving, she and a male friend of hers, and we would stop about daybreak when the sun came out, and we'd park in an apple orchard, and we'd be playing in the orchard, and he would be sleeping, taking a rest. And as I got older, I used to wonder, why was that? Well, the reason that that was because it was safer for us to travel in Illinois till we got to the South at night. And once we were in the South, we needed to travel during the day because it was safer for us. And so that was the reason behind us waking up in the middle of the night. And so the Green Book was places that people could stay. And so we have some of those places on the south side of Flagstaff. And so we're going to be doing a tour. And then we're going to come back to the Murdoch Center. We're going to have lunch. And then we have several professors and historians that will be talking about travel throughout the country for African Americans, and especially Northern Arizona. And then Friday, of course, it's the gala. We have Coco Watson and her band. And this year's theme is the rhythm of resiliency. And so I would encourage you, I still have tickets. And if you have not purchased a ticket, you are more than welcome to purchase a ticket. So that will be Friday. And it's from 6 to 10, and it's at Little America. On Saturday, the festival will be outside the Murdoch Center, and it will be from 10 o'clock till 4. Music, Tommy Dukes will be there. Stargazer is there. The NAU Jazz Group is there. Dennis Gann is supposed to be there. And so there will be lots of music all afternoon. So you're welcome to come out. Ice cones and all of that kind of stuff that grown-ups like, because it reminds us of being kids. And then on Sunday, we're just doing a barbecue, hot dogs and hamburgers, and we're honoring all of our dads in the community. So from 2 to 5, so dads can come and have a hot dog and a hamburger and still listen to some good music. And so that's what Southside is doing for the next 5 days or 4 days. Oh, and I forgot that the Miss Cleo Park that the city put in is being dedicated on Wednesday. So at 4 o'clock. So the city is doing that.
That's fabulous. And I have my tickets, by
Yes.
the way. And it's so much fun. If you haven't gone to the gala, I would highly recommend going. And of course, I'm so happy to hear Tommy Dukes is playing. 'Cause whenever you have a chance to kick up your heels to Tommy Dukes, you got to do that. So, and you know what I'm going to go ahead and do, since you were kind enough to give us the overview and the agenda, I think we should open it up and hear some of the other events that are going on, and then we'll have some comments from the board. And Kim Robinson is here, and from LBE, Live Black Experience, and I know you've got some things going on as well. So thank you for joining us. Is that Tommy Dukes, by the way?
That was
Oh.
that was some good music actually going on. Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me up, and it is exciting that we have so many Juneteenth programs coming up. So for the Live Black Experience Project, which is a City of Flagstaff initiative, we have on Monday, June 16th, we have our Health Resource and Youth Symposium at Hal Jensen Recreation Center from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. So we have our community partners coming in, and anyone that has a sports program, a youth sports program, we'll have some representatives from the medical community there as well. And on that same day, Hal Jensen Recreation Center, they're having a blood drive as well. So I do want to definitely get a shout out to Miss Crystal Wharton Gant. She's always been a big support. She's also the youth chair for LBE. On Tuesday, the City of Flagstaff Housing, each home, the Clark Homes, Siler Homes, and Brandon Homes, they're having their summer celebration, and the Live Black Experience Project was able to partner with them. So on Tuesday, it's going to be at Clark Homes from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. And we also have our resource partners taking advantage of that. And Dion at Clark Homes has invited resource partners also to come to Clark Homes to partner and to table and to give resources out to the folks there at Clark Homes. Siler and Brannon. Siler Homes is June 17th, and Brannon, I believe, is June 23rd. It's posted on our social media page. So what happens is that every year, the homes, they pick a date and they have a summer celebration for their residents. And this year, LBE was able to partner with them. On Wednesday, we are working on a reception for the art of the Nichols family. I'm working with Jerry Nichols, and his grandmother was a wonderful artist, and we're going to have a reception to display her art as well. And on Thursday, we have a program, A Journey Through Negro Spirituals, featuring Shamira and Josh Adams. What we're going to do is we're going to talk about Negro spirituals and how they were a part of the Black experience in America and how it was part of our revolution. And we're going to deliver narratives as well as sing some spirituals together. Friday, we have African American herbalism, the history of it. And Saturday, please support Pride. Flagstaff Pride has been a big supporter of LBE, and they actually made our Sunday program possible, which is the vendor fair, the Juneteenth celebration at Heritage Square. So I definitely want to give a big support, big shout out to the county, the city of Flagstaff, Hal Jensen Recreation Center, Pride, everyone that has been, Sunnyside Neighborhood Association, who's backing us up on this as well. But thank you. Please come join us. Look for us on social media, and we'll also have some print flyers out as well. Thank you for your time.
Sounds like a great month. Any other comments, questions? I know that we have Bernadine Lewis and we have Coral Evans. Anything else you'd like to say? Or so? Well, thank you for being with us, and thank you for the wonderful information. And we look forward to taking part in celebrating a lot of the activities and kicking up our heels to Tommy Dukes. And I know my colleagues have some comments to make, so I'm going to start with Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair. And Ms. Harris, could you remind me of the date of the Green Book Tour? This Thursday? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. I missed it when you were talking. So, and also I would just like to thank you for the comments that you made, for sharing your personal story. It makes it so real, and it reminds us that it just wasn't that long ago. So thank you very much for sharing that with us. And the one thing when as I think about Juneteenth, in this day and age where information travels so fast, I mean, it travels almost before it's even made. And just to think that for 2 years, it took 2 years for this information to arrive in Galveston, Texas. And sometimes when I think of that, it makes me sad because every time I think of it, it makes me sad because there was enslaved people that were really free 2 years prior before they knew about it. So this is all very good information. And I just want to let you know that I am very pleased to be participating in this proclamation today.
Supervisor Begay.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Harris, for reading the proclamation. Nice to see you always, and everyone else here in the room. As you were reading the proclamation, it reminded me of the Declaration of Independence. And I think he's sitting here, wow, there's so many tribes, and a lot of people went through similar things. And like in the Navajo, it's the long walk and just stuff like that. And there's a lot of people that passed on. And, and I always say that we're all five-fingered people. Doesn't matter what color we are, we're still human. We're five-fingered. We have 2 eyes, 2 ears, a nose, a mouth. I always think about that. And we just have to respect everyone for who they are, because we are all unique and we're all precious. And so I just wanted to say that, the Juneteenth, yes, is a day of reflection to honor the progress that we have made. And it also shows us how far we may have to still go. And then also to renew our commitment to community vision for advancing justice, diversity, and equity. That is so true. And I just want to say thank you. And I just want to read this. It made me to, look up that um, document that I wanted to read here. Where did it go now? But it's the declaration of, okay, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all. And I just want, it's kind of brought me to that as you were reading the proclamation. So thank you for reading the proclamation. And certainly, we just have to all appreciate one another and be there for one another. And it takes a community, just like raising a child within the school system. There's teachers and there's teacher aides and there's other students that, help with one another. And that's how it should be. And so I just want to say thank you for bringing it together here, and having everybody come here and reading the proclamation. Appreciate you. Thank you.
And before I move this on, Jabbar, I didn't see you because you're right in front of me. So thank you for being with us today very much. And Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, first off, I'd like to thank all of you for being here. Really appreciate the community support. So as we're here today to acknowledge a pivotal moment in American history, Juneteenth. On June 19th, 1865, Union soldiers arrived in Galveston, Texas, delivering the news that the Civil War had ended and that all enslaved people were free. This was a full 2.5 years after President Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation. Think about that. Nearly 2 years where countless individuals remained in bondage, unaware that their freedom had already been declared. This delay was a stark reminder that the promise of freedom, so central to our nation's ideals, has been continuously threatened time and time again. It is deeply saddening to consider that in a country founded on liberty, the freedom of any group of people, of any person, could ever be perceived as a threat. Yet this has been a persistent shadow in our nation's story. Juneteenth is, at its heart, the celebration of freedom. It is a day to recognize and celebrate the resilience, the courage, and the very survival of those who endured the cruel and dehumanizing institution of slavery. It is a testament to their enduring spirit and a call for us to ensure that such an atrocity never again takes root. Let us be clear, slavery of any kind is detestable. And while we celebrate the end of chattel slavery, we must also confront a difficult truth. Modern slavery still exists in our communities. From the horrors of sex trafficking and human trafficking to the systematic injustice of the school to prison pipeline that disproportionately impacts marginalized communities, the fight for true freedom and equality is far from over. Juneteenth is not just a historical observance. It is a vital reminder of our ongoing responsibility. It calls upon us to reflect on the past, to celebrate the hard-won victories, and to recommit ourselves to the work that remains, ensuring that the promise of freedom, liberty, and justice is not just a declaration, but a living reality for every person in this nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. It's always difficult to relive history, but at the same time, we can celebrate it also. I have a book here, which I presented during the Zoom meeting, one of the meetings. We picked this up at the, in Congress. Don't remember what room. Keith and I, the Library of Congress, we were walking by, we were in DC for our annual board trip. And we happened to notice a free book that was being, you could just pick it up. And we picked this up for you and want to present it to you. And what is the book? Black Americans in Congress from 1870 to 2022. So you can display this and your work.
That's wonderful and thick.
It
That's
is
amazing.
It is
That's
actually,
wonderful.
we couldn't pick up more because we were concerned about our caring at home. But that is the one that we picked up for you, so Keith and I. And it's from the Board of Supervisors to you for your work and for just education and the pride, that, and we go through sad histories, but at the same time, the accomplishment and the strength of our ancestors to move forward and to carry them today with their thoughts and teachings, and then to see the representation and what they endured and still was able to accomplish. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And just a couple comments and really appreciate the community members for being here and for, I hope there's a lot of people online listening to all the great events that are coming up. So important for all of us to celebrate the diversity of who we are here in Coconino County. And, we also have Pride coming up, and some of you may have been part of our Pride proclamation or heard that. And one of the comments we made then, or I made then, I'm going to make now. And that is how poignant it is that we are celebrating Juneteenth right now. We are facing a situation in our country where equality and opportunity and equal treatment and justice under the law is being questioned. The histories that you have talked about, Ms. Deb, the histories that you all have lived, that we all have lived, are being erased. And we need to make sure we stand up loud and proud for who we are as individuals, as a community, and as a country. So I'm going to celebrate Pride and Juneteenth with my dancing shoes. And I hope we have the rest of the communities all across Coconino County do as well. We need to be heard. We need to stand proud, and we are not going to shut up. So it's great. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate the Pride Proclamation or the Juneteenth, Pride too, and the Juneteenth Proclamation every year. It reminds us of who we are. So thank you so much. And any other comments or questions from members of the board or from the community members? And if not, thank you. Really appreciate this. It was so important. It was a single item on this meeting. You gotta love that. And did you have something else? Okay.
I just wanted to give a shout out to some of the young people in the building. 2 of them used to be my students, and I haven't seen them in a long time, but it's great to see them. And thank you for being here. And this is what we do in local government, and it matters. Things that are happening matter. So pay attention because it impacts you and your life. Okay. And so proud of you guys for being here and for doing the things you're doing, and look forward to seeing you at future Juneteenth events. Thank you.
All right. So let's celebrate. Let's get out there and celebrate. Thank you so much. And with that, members of the board, meeting adjourned.